You're rocking with the best.
Started out with a stack of bills, hand-me-down suit, no fancy skills. Library card, late night, cheap coffee, highlight ink on every page he copied. No letters on the wall, just notes on the floor. Scratch math running down the old front door. Every question that the others left fade, he turned into a rule and a plan he made. Time to start to teach us, teacher. Build it all from broken pieces. Read the books, the words got weaker. Turn confusion into secret.
You're rocking with the best.
Who's the man behind the speakers? Tell them that's my quiet leader. Time and started teachers teaching. Yeah, he can turn a red line black in a week. Balance out the numbers while he barely speaks. Spreadsheets open like a map of his mind. Sees a hidden pattern where the rest go blind. Court dates circled in a second-hand phone. Drafts every filing like it's carved in stone. Plain white paper, but the case shines through. Judge starts seeing what he already knew. Time to start to teach us, teacher. Build it all from broken pieces. Read the codes, the words got clearer. Found the cracks and closed the leaks in every form, each line, each feature. He's a quiet, heavy thinker. Tell him that's my steady leader. Time to start to teach us, teacher. No cap, no cap, no.
You're rocking with the best.
But he wrote every page. Self-taught, self-made, self-drive. That fire turned out into something higher. We don't just follow, we climb behind him. He draws a map, we rise inside it.
Don't miss out on this opportunity to litigate like a seasoned professional. Join the Supreme Elite Team University.
Thomas in the lobby, folded thicker than a skyline. Credit acceptance on a resume with stories in the fine lines.
You're rocking with the best. You're rocking with the best. You're rocking with the best. You're rocking with the best.
Yeah, we are here for an impromptu. I swear to God, I'm not gonna be here long because I got work to do. Shout out to the whole New Culture Empire. Shout out to all the members of the Supreme Elite Team, and shout out to all of the members of the Supreme Elite Team University, in which we will tomorrow at 6 p.m. No, 3 p.m. I'm sorry. You will know today the actual start time for the official introduction and day one of the class. So it took me a long time to get this stuff situated because I had to get the curricula for the first 3 weeks, homework, worksheets, and I swear to God, yo, when you see the professional level that we have taken this to, you will understand the true meaning when I say
You're rocking with the best.
Because one of the things that I see in this space, and let me clarify something. Y'all, I know it's exciting. I know it's rejuvenating. I know any win builds confidence. it builds, it gives you the ability to want to keep pushing more and take on bigger goals and tasks and challenges. I understand that. So shout out to the people that are winning these, these little credit card cases. I mean, shout out to the credit card cases. No disrespect, no shade. Shout out to my credit card winners. People who are winning on technicalities. People who are winning on them violating your FDCPA claims. Shout out to those who are winning, these little arbitration agreements. I mean, it's nothing wrong with them. A win is a win. But we know, I know, like hold on 1 second, y'all. Hold on 1 second. I gotta take this call. Hold on, because I have an update from the live stream the other night. And I actually retrieved the case from Tempest Marine. I actually retrieved the case. And I have to clarify some things. And you will understand. And I have to take this call. Give me just a few moments. Share the screen. Share it with her. Because I have an update. I actually got the case documents.
You're rocking with the best.
Started out with a stack of bills, hand-me-down suit, no fancy skills. Library car, late nights, cheap coffee, highlight ink on every page, e-copy. No letters on the wall, just notes on the floor. Scratch math running down the old front door. Every question that the others left fade, he turned into a rule and a plan he made. Time to start a teacher, build it off from broken pieces. Read the books, the words got weaker. Turn confusion into secret.
Okay. So, last hey, yo. Oh, man. Like, this, it has to stop, man. At some point. But I understand. So, let me explain something to everyone. A debt buyer when a credit card suit, arbitration for a credit card. Nevertheless, those are wins. I mean, those are wins. I'm not gonna say they're not wins. But one of the common themes about these spaces and what separates my wins from all these other gurus is the wins that I get on my side. No disrespect, it overshadows these credit card debt buyer technicality wins. It overshadows them because the stakes are higher on my side of this game. You can win a credit card. It's not hard to win a credit card dispute, especially in a debt buyer case. And I don't want people to get the false sense of confidence that the tactics that they use in a debt buyer case, they're going to be able to use in a large automobile purchase case or mortgage case. The stakes are higher. And once again, on my side, I'm going to use me because I don't want anybody to feel offended. I don't wait to be the defendant. All in these spaces, everybody is the defendant, the defendant, the defendant. When is anyone going to be the plaintiff? Because when you're the plaintiff, you have to prove your case on the merits. You're not going to win by technicality as you can win as the defendant. When are you going to be the plaintiff? Everywhere I turn around in this space, everybody's the defendant, the defendant, the defendant, the defendant, the defendant. When you actually know what you're talking about and your claims are on a professional level, your wins do not come by technicalities. They come by the merits of your claim. The resolving on the merits. And when your merits are ironclad like mine, more than likely, the case is going to result in a settlement. It won't even see trial in many cases. There may be some outlier cases, but for the most part, it will be foolish for them to want to take the claims that we raise as the plaintiff in trial. I have a mortgage client. Guess what? When we file the lawsuit, if we can't resolve this issue behind the scenes, he's going to be the plaintiff. That makes a difference. Not only is he going to be the plaintiff, he's going to be current on his mortgage by the time he files a lawsuit. So when you're current and you're the plaintiff, you have way more leverage. Now, I'm not expecting everyone to duplicate me. Very rarely will you see a situation like mine with credit acceptance, how it went down. Very rarely you'll see that. It's okay. Very rarely you'll see that. When you send your documents to them via email and then they stop collecting on their own without a court order. And then you follow up with a lawsuit. Still, they didn't reinstate collection. So they stopped collecting. I filed it July, what is it? I made my final payment July 1st. I sent the last payment to him and said, if you want any more payments, you got to meet me in the federal court. You got to meet me in the ring. Because I was already current up to that part. So I stopped paying. You know what happens when you just stop paying? And the only way they're not going to collect is you have to prove from a legal professional standpoint that you could proceed on the merits when you get to court. That's the only way, the way I can see it. And not only did they stop collecting, I filed the lawsuit August 25th. I sent them the email August 15th. I did not make August payments. Actually, I didn't make another payment after July 1st. And they took me off auto pay. They put the account on NA status. And then I filed the lawsuit. So from August to January 28th, no payments were made and there was no demands for payments. Everything was on hold. And then when they made their appearance, we went immediately to the settlement. The lawyer contacted me on July 15th. January 15th. I didn't get the email till later because it was in the spam. I reached out to him on the 22nd. The very next day, they agreed to settle. And we had conversations about they're going to try to invoke the arbitrations clause and all this. But it wasn't all the in-betweens of what I did, the motions I filed, what I put on the documents, my version of securitization, and my use of state law and federal law, and my citation of case law, and my strategic strategy on how to word things, understanding the nuances and the types of claims that are being raised. I'm not expecting everyone to have that outcome, because that outcome is less than what 3% of people are ever going to get from a pro se standpoint. So I'm not expecting that. But what I am trying to challenge people in these spaces is let's strip it all down and get to the reality. Do you always want to be having to defend against someone trying to sue you for non-payment? Is that really life? It's like let's look at it. No, I'm not trying to be funny. Do you always want to be in a position where you are not paying and now you got to find a way to get out of it? Or do you want to be in a position where you're raising the issue, you're on the attack, and in the end, you leave with the asset and the property entitled to it without having to pay and the account being zero? Because at the end of the day, forget the account, forget the vehicle, forget all that. At the end of the day, what aren't you trying to be free from this? I'm not going to use the F word. The system isn't the object, is to support your legal claims and walk away with the asset. I haven't seen pretty much nobody walking away with assets out at the end of the day. I mean, if we're just doing this to not be responsible for debt and credit card suing, because everybody named mama are to credit card. But I see very few people talking autos and mortgages, because those are a very different ball game. And I understand, and Tempest Marie admitted, or Tempest Law response, depending on which day of the week it is, she admitted that she's not at that level to deal with mortgages yet. So she's staying in her lane. That's cool. But I'm talking about for you other so-called successful people. Your version of success is different from my version of success, because I don't want you to get it twisted. Like, with your like when y'all show me your little debt claims, your debt claim wins. Like, I didn't even have to go to court as a defendant to get this. I got this wiped away by just sending them a document. And I'm not even into the administrative stuff. But that's just how powerful my stuff is. I really don't have to go to court for debt buyer stuff if it was me. I really don't. I can end it behind the scenes. So it's not, to me, it's not impressive. And I don't want to sound like a hater, but it's really not impressive to me. Knocking down 800, 900,000, 300,000 debts, 50,000 debts in autos and mortgages, because those are the two main assets that we're going to acquire in our lifetimes. We're not talking business. Those are where majority of our bills will go. It's going to go to your mortgage, it's going to go to your car note. Those are the two most things, the two biggest necessities that we need today. We need transportation and we need a roof over our head. So those are the big, the stakes are higher in those situations because a lot is on the line. A lot is on the line. A credit card, you can win a credit card just by them not following through on the suit. You can win a credit card by them not showing up for a hearing. You can win a credit card or a debt by a case just by them not having the proper documents and records. Like, it's not really hard at all. And I think a lot of people think that just because you can win a credit card debt buyer case, that you can automatically jump up in there with the mortgage. But even in a debt buyer case, let's say you win that, cool. You don't owe the debt anymore. But at the end of the day, how are you taking back your piece of the American pie? Because there's no title, no assets. What the reality is just a line of credit you got and you didn't pay it back and you found a loophole to get around the obligation. That mindset is not building generational wealth, as they like to call it. That mindset is not doing nothing for you, but let you believe that you can continue to do the same things you're going to get out of it. So the only thing you're really saying for real is, I'm going to get this line of credit on my face, and then I'm not going to pay it back. And when they try to sue me, I'm going to use these loopholes. Even that won't work every time. But what I'm trying to say is, all wins are not the same. Let me just say that. The way I look at wins is you getting the asset free and clear. And then you can do whatever you want with it. You want to transfer it into a trust? Because I see a lot of people online today still talking about transferring mortgages into a trust, or putting the mortgages in your trust name and you haven't paid off the mortgage, or you haven't had the account set off to the point where you can transfer the mortgage or the property or the title into the trust free and clear. Most people try to assign the mortgage to their trust so they can have a third party interest to stage off and complicate the foreclosure proceedings. See, over here, when you transfer property into a trust after dealing with me, it's because you own it outright. And one of the things that they talk about in this space so much is how to get out of this, how to get out of that, how to get out of this, how to get out of that, how to get out of this. But what they're not talking about is true ownership. How to own things outright. How to walk away from the table, not owing the debt, but still keeping the property and getting the title to it. See, they don't want to talk about that. That's the only level that I'm on. If it's not that, I could give a rat's ass. That's where I'm at, because I truly believe that having assets free and clear, I don't care about the own nothing but control everything. Let me tell y'all this, y'all. When people say that, they're taking the original term and meaning out of context. See, when they say own nothing but control everything, transferring assets into a trust. You know what the problem with that is, y'all? What was the Rockefellers, when they said the own nothing but control everything? What people want to skip over is they already own the assets before they were placed into the trust. Putting assets into a trust is a good legal structure. But when you don't own the asset that you're putting in the trust, the courts are going to pierce the corporate veil. It's not going to magically wipe the debt away. It's not magically going to wipe the tax obligations away. Actually, the trust pays way more taxes than regular individuals. So when you hear people talking about putting property into a trust, I want you to ask them a question. Do you own that property title? Do you own the title to that asset that you're putting into the trust? Remember, in a mortgage, in an auto, it's not always so much about the title itself. It's about the security interest. That's all trust is really set up for, to transfer the security interest. When I have a security interest, or my accrual trust receivership has a security interest and legal rights to my truck, that means the trust has a superior lien, meaning creditors cannot pierce the veil, because I legally assigned the assets to the trust, meaning there were no liens on the assets before I assigned it to the trust. That meets the court standards, meaning creditors, agencies, they can't go after it for anything. And when the trust has the security interest, now the trust can pledge that title. The trust can make all whatever moves is necessary for the benefit of the beneficiaries. That's how you play the corporate wealth game. It's not so much about the asset itself per se. In the corporate world, what every rich person understands, who are wealthy, who are successful, they understand that the right to receive payment is more powerful than the payment itself. Cash flows, consistent cash flows is more valuable than having $100,000 at one time. It's more valuable. So when you look at these securitization trusts, let's say they got about 50,000 in this pool. Say they got about 30,000 in this pool. Mortgage or auto, you whatever example you want to use, you can fill in those blanks. They got 40,000 in this pool. They are creating receivables. Why do you think they don't mind letting you walk away with the house and vehicle right now, rather than you buying it outright? Because as long as they have you paying in monthly installments and got the contract that evidence it, and they have a security interest in the property and have a lien on it, they now have a license to print money. That's all what it is on the secondary market. It's a license to print money. So when you still hear people talk about the Federal Reserve in our mix and the Federal Reserve in our business, I immediately know that they have no clue on how the system operates. As a matter of fact, there is no need for the Federal Reserve in everyday lending. As a matter of fact, the Federal Reserve, their functions, they don't even deal with consumer lending. But I know what you're thinking, and I'm going to go ahead and dispel that myth right now. And it's a myth that got all of us at once upon a time. It's a myth. It got all of us. It was a good angle. But one thing about me, I'm always going to double back and triple back and triple back and triple back. Right here. And this is not just my interpretation. And let me tell you what changed this for me. Let me tell you. I was talking to a banker. Give me 1 second. I was talking to a banker. And I brought this up to him. And he said that is one of the most misunderstood statutes. And we see, as a bank examiner, we see claims citing this almost daily. And I was like, oh shit, you like, oh. Yeah. He said, we see claims citing this almost daily. Title 12, USC Section 412. Application for notes, collateral required. Now, let me scroll down to the end for a second, right? Because this is the part down here where very few people pay attention to, right? Now, you have December 23rd, 1913. This is the Federal Reserve Act. Right there. It's the Federal Reserve Act. Section 16. And this is the statute where it's codified at. See, this is the statute Where it was codified at. This is the part where they're not going to read. See, they don't get this deep into it. See, this is the actual statute that codifies government deposits. Section 16, notes issued. Now, this is the actual, was passed on Congress floor. Federal Reserve Bank notes to be issued at the discretion of the Federal Reserve Board for the purpose of making advances to Federal Reserve banks through the Federal Reserve agents are set forth and for no other purpose. Now, when we get here, let's go back up. Right there. See how the act, the Congress on the floor has now been codified into the statute? So you got to go down to the actual passing of the bill, the law on the floor to get the full context. Now, this right here, this was around the Trading with the Enemy Act from World War I. The Trading with the Enemy Act, all right here. Then they had amendments in 1932, February 3rd, 1933, Chapter 34. And then you go down here, 1978. Oh, before we do that, you got March 6, 1934, June 30, 1941, this is probably around the War Powers Act, May 25th, 1943, and then you got November 10th, 1978. Now, let me dispel another myth for you. And we're gonna get back to the section 412. I just gotta, because I gotta insert this right here because it makes points. Okay. So let me pull it up. So let me just pull it up. Now, 1 second. Because I have to pull it up. Now, this was the Emergency Banking Act, right? Oh, I don't need to edit nothing. This was the Emergency Banking Act. Y'all remember that? Y'all remember the Emergency Banking Act? Act of, what was it, March 9th, 1933? Remember this? Y'all remember this? And the people that cite this today still don't understand exactly what it meant. Right? So, Emergency Banking Act, 1933. So, when we get down right here, hold on, I'm going to show you. Okay, watch this. Because I've covered this, and I try to tell TikTok, and I actually had the page. Let me see if we can go. Let's see if we can go. Now, this is all the emergency. They use that today, but I'm going to show you that the Emergency Banking Act, ended in 1978. I'm going to show you that it ended in 1978. Public law in 1978 that ended the emergency. Oh, ended the declared national emergency from March 9th, 1933. So the state of the national emergency, the state of the national emergency, right there. The National Emergency Act signed into law September 14, 1976, technically terminated the 1933 emergency and all others on September 14th, 1978. It ended the continuous 40-year state of emergency declared by Franklin D. Roosevelt in March 9th, 1933 under the Trading with the Enemy Act, and they actually have the public law where it was ended, and I read it. Termination date, September 14th, 1978, 2 years after its enactment, right? And it ended in 1978. So, National Emergency Act, enacted September 14, 1976, is a United States federal law enacted to end all previous national emergencies and to formalize the emergency powers of the president. The act empowered the president to activate special powers during crisis, but imposes certain procedural formalities when invoking such powers. The perceived need for the law arose from the scope and number of laws granting special powers to the executive in times of national emergency. Congress can terminate an emergency declaration with a joint resolution enacted into law. Powers available when the president declares a national emergency under this act are limited to the 137 emergency powers, right? This legislation generated as of March 26th, declared national emergency, more than 30 which remain in effect. So, in this instance, right, the national emergency declared by the March 9th, 1933 ended already in 1978. Well, it was enacted to end in 1976, but came into law in 1978. See, this is what I mean when the level of research that it really takes to understand this system instead of just copying and regurgitating what you hear just because everybody else says it, which doesn't make it true.
You're rocking with the best.
So now that we got the Emergency Banking Act out the way, that takes away about 55% of what's going to be on people's documents. So everybody right now, you can on good authority, everybody right now, on good authority, you can scrap the Emergency Banking Act right from your memory bank. Whatever it is, it's not going to be recognized on a document, and it never had anything to do with your legal obligation or whether you paid or not. The Proclamation 2039, which made everybody a banking institution, the stuff that Patrick Devine and Gene Keaton used to float around, you can scrap that too. Doesn't mean nothing. Now, let's get back to the topic at hand. I had to let you know that because now it's starting to, is the picture starting to become clear to what this system's really about? How I dispel at least over 50 of these myths, not only through my own research, through people's results by using them, case law. But anyways, let's keep going. Any federal, let me give you the interpretation, and I'm not going to say the interpretation from me. I'm going to say the interpretation from the people who actually works at these banks and the examiners. Let me give you their interpretation. So any Federal Reserve Bank may make application to the local Federal Reserve agent for the amount of the reserve notes herein before provided for as it may require. Meaning, let's say the Federal Reserve Bank of which one? Texas and Houston, whatever the one's in Houston, right? The Federal Reserve Bank in Houston, Texas, right? I think it's Dallas, Texas. I think it's Dallas, right? They can go through their agent, excuse me, to the Federal Reserve agent. That Federal Reserve agent sits in and oh yeah, before that, when you hear the gurus start saying this now, just know who they get their stuff from. So, right here, Treasury Support Center. It's an office inside the Federal Reserve Bank that monitors collateral pledge and the deposit of public money. It's the Treasury Support Center. Okay? Well, let me do this. Let me do this. Explain what means and its functions. Let's do that for you. Treasury Support is a centralized unit within an organization, Federal Reserve, described to streamline, manage, and optimize the company's cash flow, risk, and financial. It functions as the nerve center for financial air traffic control for money. Okay? Treasury Support Center means cash positioning, monitoring daily balances across all bank accounts, cash flow forwards, adding risk management, banking operational support, treasury management system, investing and debt management, right? So basically they oversee the money. Treasury Support Center, right? TSC. They sit in an office. Actually, I'll do something even better for you. 31 CFR Treasury Support definition. Yo, it's been years since I covered this stuff. I'm not gonna lie to you. It's been years since I'll be honest with y'all. It's been years. I guess. Well, y'all, I don't want to spend time looking that up because I don't want to get too lost in it. But y'all can look that up. Treasury Support Center, Title 34C31. Right? Oh, before we do that, here's another one. Look. CFR. Told you, like, when I say, like, I studied banks and banking for 5 years straight. And this is stuff that they don't even, these gurus, nobody talks about this. All this is personal loan conjunct monetary instruments, bank, any person doing definitions of a bank, a private bank, not the private bank that you think, because I know y'all use the word private. Broker dealing securities, beneficiaries, banks, currency, the coin and paper money of the United States or of any other country that is designated as legal tender and that circulates and is customarily used and accepted as a media of exchange in the country of issuance. That alone, your fraudulent checks, your little site drafts, your certified funds draft, your bills of exchange does not meet the definition of legal tender. All right? These are all these other definitions that you need to become aware of. Casino, car club. This lets you know How do banks process funds, investment security, monetary instruments, the legal definitions of these things, facts and circumstances, the issuers, sellers, travel checks, money orders. See, these are all the stuff I researched, money transmitters. Like all of these things, U.S. Postal Service, when they sell mutual funds, originating bank, originator, payer bank, payment order, receiving bank, receiving financial institution, recipient's financial institution, secretary, self-regulated organization, sender, prepaid structure, all this stuff I've already, transactions, what does it mean? Transaction account, transmittal of funds, transmittal order. These are all the things I've already researched for years to help me understand how does the money flow in this system operate, because people are saying that you can do this and do this. And I say, okay, if they think it's true, before I shut it down, I'm going to research it to see if there's any validity. That's all I do. I'm not going to, if you tell me, Lamont, you can pay a bill with a toilet paper, I'm not going to say that's virtually impossible. I say, okay, let me do my due diligence. Let me look at it from multiple angles so I won't get hit with the confirmation bias bug. Any Federal Reserve Bank may make application to the local Federal Reserve agent for the amount of Federal Reserve notes hereinbefore provided as it may require. Such application shall be accompanied with a tender to the local Federal Reserve agent of collateral in an amount equal to the sum of Federal Reserve notes thus applied and issued pursuant to such application. The collateral security thus offered shall be notes, drafts, bills of exchange, or acceptances under Section 92, 342, 348, 349, 352, 361, 372, 373 of this title. Those are all sections of the Federal Reserve Act that I have studied, like I said, for almost a decade. I've read the whole Federal Reserve Act. Bills of exchange endorsed by member banks and of any Federal Reserve district and purchased under provisions of Section 348A and 353 to 359 of this titles of bankers' acceptances. Right? So when people, when you get to understanding what that means, and let me just show you some USC. This is always an interesting one right here. Section 360 was a good one. Receiving checks and deposits. Every Federal Reserve Bank shall receive on deposit apport for depository institution for Federal Reserve Banks checks and other items, including negotiable orders of withdrawal, share drafts, draws drawn upon any of its depositors, and when remitted by Federal Reserve Banks, checks and other items, including NOWs and OWs, and drafts drawn by any depositor in the Federal Reserve Bank. Nothing herein contained shall be construed or prohibiting a depository institution for charging its actual expense incurred in collecting and remitting funds, or for exchange sold to its patrons. See, these are all stuff that, I read so I can start to understand the system and make sure it's not saying deposits, exchange, and collection. It goes over how deposits work, the exchanges worked. It goes over all that. And then you get down to the bottom right here, March 30th, 1980. This is what allowed banks to create money out of the thin air. The Monetary Control Act. Banks can't do this. Banks can't do that. Banks can't do that. Banks can't do that. And while they were all saying that, I was like, they must don't understand that the government has gave them the authority to basically create money out of thin air. No, banks cannot hold property for any more than 5 years. The problem with that is they don't. They don't. So they're not violating that. See, do you realize every time Congress passes a law governing these banks, they always give them the loophole to get around it at the same time? Like they're always going to give them. It's always a back door that they purposely leave open. So basically, if I'm a bank and I can't hold real estate for more than 5 years, and as a bank, I cannot engage in investment banking, I ask myself, well, why did the bank still do it? And then I answer my own question. Want to know why? Just like we benefit from it, they benefit from it. What makes you a separate entity? What makes one a separate own entity? You guess right. All I need is a different EIN number and I'm a different entity. That's all I need. That's all I need. I can have Supreme Elite Team Bank. Now I'm a national bank. I can't do banking. I can't do investment banking. So I'll have Acquisitions Corporation LLC. Now, my Acquisitions Corporate LLC is going to do the investment banking. Welcome to securitization, ladies and gentlemen. See, the Supreme Elite Team National Act ain't doing the investment banking. We do deposits, credit cards, but guess what? Now that I got my Acquisitions Corporation getting $500 million a clip, now I can, let me give you an example of securitization. Securitization is no different. I'm going to use this analogy that I use in the Supreme Elite Team group. The securitization is nothing more than an extension of the drug game. All right. So you got the wholesale plug. He got pounds and he got all that stuff. That's the wholesale. That's where they go get the money. Now, there'll be banks that are set up just for the purpose of issuing lines of credit. Banks set up, or investors come pull all their monies, institutional investors, bam, right? So let's say they got 10 billion to lend out. So my acquisition corp, so my Supreme Elite Team Bank sits down with the acquisition corporation, like, hey, yo, so I bet we need about 500 million because we've already did the advertisement. People already know to come to the banks to get a loan. We already know that we don't have to go look for them. They're going to come to us. But if you look on our balance sheets, why would we want to use our own assets to fund these loans? It's too much risk. Hell nah. We're not going to fund our own loans off of their loans off our balance sheet. Why the hell? These motherfuckers may not pay. We ain't taking no loans for them. Shoot. I bet this is what we're going to do. We're going to go to the plug, right? We're going to get 500 on our face. And then we're going to originate the loans with the people. And then we're going to send it over to them. But we're going to jack up the interest rates because, you know, we got to make a cut too. So it's just like, dude, the plug got selling me zips for 150. But I sell the zip to you for 3. I need to make some money. Shoot, I ain't doing 150. I sell the zips for 350. So that's a $200 flip. That's $200 credit. And then I deal with the people. So when I got it, when they need to pay me back, I deal with them so I can round out the money to pay the plug back. So the acquisition corporation gets the 500 M's, right? I bet out of this 500 M's, hold on. Hey, plug. We gonna give y'all these mortgages. What type of mortgages do y'all want? We want mortgages. Well, we get mortgages between. All right, let me give you the professional. And if you hear anybody else say this, you know they got it from me. Because the only way you would know is if you would know somebody that works behind the scenes. So let me tell you what was told to me. Person that actually processes these mortgage payments to Fannie Mae and the investors. Y'all gonna learn when I say I'm connected to professionals. I'm really connected to professionals. Y'all gonna believe me when I say it.
You're rocking with the best.
When I say I got them on speed dial, I'm not lying. All right, so when there's a minimum, so the investors, they want credit scores between 620 to 720. If you get the 620, 650 range, we don't like to take those because it's more money and interest. If we get people with credit scores of 750 and 800, it's less interest. We really don't want them. Bet, we got you. We got you. Oh. A typical minimum credit score for a conventional mortgage in the U.S. is 620, while government-backed FHA may accept scores as low as 500 to 800, 500 to 580. Hey, we want people with credit scores between like 650, probably no more than 720, because when we get really 620 and 650, because when we get in those range, you know, that's more interest for us. That's the more we can get paid off it. We get credit scores like 720, 780, that much interest. So you can find people within that range that would be able to accept it.
You're rocking with the best. You're rocking with the best.
It's the minimum credit score. Exactly. I know why it's like that. I know why it's like that. What's for Navy Federal? 620. Bank of America. What's Bank of America? 620. You get the picture? Because I know what happens behind the scenes with those credit scores. Man, my credit score's a 730. I still got denied. Yeah, because I ain't gonna spill too much. I'm spilling too much. Spilling too much. I even know why the credit score is like that. So I bet. Hey, y'all, minimum credit score is 624 mortgage. Bet. Side up. Line up. Line up. All right. Got the 500. All right. Which I want back off this. All right. For this. Okay. For this mortgage here, what's the principal balance? It's 500 racks. Hold on. Say it again. What you want? All right. I got you. 500,000 for this mortgage. Yeah, we're gonna need about 850 back over 30 years. 1,700 a month. You good with that? I bet. Boom, we got this one. Hey, what, 300? All right, what you want? What you need? Oh, 500? Got you too. Hey, what you got, huh? I bet. Hey, y'all. Hey. Acquisition. Here. Go ahead. Run that play over there to him. Bet. All right. Y'all good? We good? Hey, you know if y'all gonna pay me taking your house, right? Are we good? All right. Bet. All right. Dang, they paid off. Good. Hey, acquisition. What trust is it? This is the 2021 trust. 2021A. All right. Next month, let's round it up again. Welcome to the United States of America. Matter of fact, welcome worldwide. And that's what the Supreme Elite Teen University, when we kick off tomorrow, you are going to learn how the system operates. It's not going to be, this is how you get out of a debt. Hey, when you're getting sued, you do. No, you're going to learn how the system works, because my aim is once you learn how the system works, the how to do is going to be evident. Once I understood how mortgages, autos, credit, how they work, how it goes, what to do, how to argue, when to argue, what to argue, the way to argue, the style of the argument was the easiest part. The hardest part is understanding all the complexities and the nuances of how the system operates and learning how they account for these things, the different names that they give them, the balance sheet names on everything that goes along with it. That's the hardest part. Once you understand that, how to argue, how to fight becomes second nature. And I think that a lot of people got it backwards. You know, I will be giving full-blown classes on here and not caring about what the gurus say, because understanding really determines whether you win or not just because you can regurgitate it back to someone. Like, you could copy someone, that don't still mean you're going to win. But we lacking on support on here. I get my channel fully reinstated, I think the end of this month. Yeah, I mean, on the shadow ban. So let's get these watch hours up. Sit the Cash App, and most and definitely get into Supreme Elite Team University, because without it,
Don't miss out on this opportunity to litigate like a seasoned professional. Join the Supreme Elite Team University.
Thomas in the lobby, folded thicker than a skyline. Credit acceptance on a resume with stories in the fine lines.
and not only that, in a securitization, but what you need to, they make it seem they make it they make it seem like it's so easy, and they all think that the Federal Reserve is involved. Think that the Federal Reserve is all involved in the securitization. They think the Federal Reserve is always somehow involved. Like this. See, this is what I had to learn before I started teaching. Where all this goes. See how that? You see, when you see all these gurus, it'd be like 4 little flow charts, 4 little points in the Federal Reserve there. They took your money, took the application, gave you money off the... No, that's nowhere near how it goes. It has nothing to do with none of that. You got the transfer, eligible rates, receivable loans, loan obligors, services, loan agreements, eligible trades and receivables, servicer, periodic distribution of collectibles, conduit, and service providers. Purchase. Yeah, that's the overlay. Purchase additional assets, sell DDP, liquidity facilities, credit as a condo on ABC Invest. I told you, they make it seem like it's so easy. And why do you think none of their securitization arguments stand up in court? Number one, they have no clue on how to argue it, number one. And the way they argue it is the same way everybody else argue it. So when they argue securitization, they're arguing securitization. The extra yield, you better know it. Tomorrow we are in there, y'all. I may have a free for all tonight. The Q&As over there in the Discord. So right here, y'all know all this change. You know, bills of exchange. See, this is the part. They actually took the bills of exchange like this literal. Y'all do understand this statute was first written in 1913. You do know that. You know, the bills of exchange don't use that anymore. You see, this is what I'm saying. You got to come all the way down here. Look, October, the last update was October 28, 2003, when they made amendments. So why would you read this statute right here without reading all the amendments? This is not how it really goes today. The gist of it's good, but they don't do bills of exchange. Only thing they use is collateral secured by 1 to 4 residential property. Why? Because that presents a cash flow in monthly payments. That's it. Or government treasury securities, or hedge funds, or CDOs, collateralized debt obligations, etc., etc. That's the only eligible collateral. Ain't no bills of exchange and drafts. This is time back in the 1900s, 19th century. The system to modernize today, they don't use that, and it's the problem. The average person will cite Title 12 USC Section 412 and just cite what's on his face and not really checking for the updates and amendments to see if this is up to the current banking time. See, that's the mindset I have. Most people, what they see, they go right with it with the literal interpretation. See, me, because I know there's always nuances to this game. I know it's never about what is said, and it's always about what it means. So let's hold on. I have something so important that I want y'all to see this. We need, yeah, well, you'll be able to hear it, and then we're gonna break down because hey y'all, I had a death in the family last night, and yesterday, actually during the day. My cousin's mom, and normally you'll probably think, well, isn't that your aunt? Not necessarily. We grew up together, so he's like family, but we're not technically family. But his mom passed away yesterday during the day, and I was over his house yesterday. We was over there chilling, and we don't know the specifics, but I will say this: y'all ever heard of the term like drop dead? Sadly, that I think that's what happened yesterday. She just literally just unless there's some underlying reasons with the autopsy, but literally she just, that was it. Like literally just dropped it, like for real. Like it's a mystery at this point. And I think yesterday everybody was as humans, when we don't have the answer, we try to figure out things to normalize things that we don't understand. And that was more of a shock than any day. But we are going to I'm going to get into something. And I took a couple of days off. I will be going back to my cousin's house today, but I want y'all, let's see if I could do it like this. All right. Now, I'm supposed to be debating Ali Najee, and I push it back because I'm gonna reach back out to him because that happened yesterday, and we're supposed to do it yesterday, but I most positive I'm heading back out to my cousin's house today. But I will say this though. It's not my words, but I just doing this right now because the debate, when we have it, one second. I'm about to show you. I would say this. When people want to debate you on something which you've already been successful on, I mean, it is what it is, but it really shows that the Dunning-Kruger effect. Not only that, I will say this. When you have real receipts and people don't want to believe or don't have the receipts to compare with yours, now they want to question your receipts. So Alan Najee's his content is that, let's pull it up. My title that I just got based on the settlement says sedan instead of SUV. I have a SUV. This title is related to the SUV. Whether it says sedan or SUV, sometimes those could be clerical errors from the DMV. But the VIN number is what matters. When you run the VIN number on this title, it's going to match the VIN number on my truck. As a matter of fact, it's good, Pete. Pete, be on the standby. I ain't forget you, Pete. As a matter of fact, people in my group actually ran the title check. And people know my group. They know I had that truck for 2 years. They know what my truck looked like. But even still, even when you got receipts, even that gets questioned. So let's read. Y'all might want to pinch the screen because we're going to read along. So let's see if this is it. This should be the case right here. Hold on. Hold on one second. I just want to make sure. Okay. All right. This is it. So he has a full. We was going back and forth about his upcoming mortgage defense case in California. And I did tell him, for the people's sake, I hope he does win. But the way his arguments are framed and what he's trying to tell me, I don't think Alan Najee is going to win that mortgage case because I think he thinks he knows too much for his own good. So let's listen to this.
Clearly to you. The trust, I'm going to just try and break this down clearly to you. The trust in my client's case has been closed for 3 years. They cannot tie up any loose ends with that. Why? Because Remick tax law prevents them from transferring any assets into the trust that aren't qualified mortgages and that are after the cutoff date and 90-day grace period for the trust. So they cannot tie up the loose ends. This is as clear as I could explain it to you.
And everything that you said has been argued before and overruled. The 26 USC 860G, you're speaking to the choir. When I was researching that, you were still a teenager. The question is, did the borrowers pay? Did they not pay? It doesn't matter who's enforcing when you're in default. Even if the trust is closed, they could kick it back to the lender and the lender has to repurchase it. So what if the lender repurchased it? Now it's their outright mortgage. See, you talking about the trust closed. It doesn't matter.
You're rocking with the best.
For context, I'm going to play what he said one more time, and then we're going to read this case.
I'm going to just try and break this down clearly to you. The trust in my client's case has been closed for 3 years. They cannot tie up any loose ends with that. Why? Because Remick tax tax law prevents them from transferring any assets into the trust that aren't qualified mortgages and that are after the cutoff date and 90-day grace period for the trust. So they cannot tie up the loose ends. This is as clear as I could explain it to you.
And he thinks that I haven't already been there and done that with the research. Remember when I said what you know has nothing to do with how you argue in court? And this is one of the biggest mistakes that rookies make when defending mortgages. They're always trying to tie non-court issues into a court issue. Tax remix, that has nothing to do with the obligation of the debt. That has nothing to do with enforcement. If they're violating the tax right, then the only thing that's going to happen to them is they're going to pay 100% taxes on the disqualified mortgages transferred into the trust. That's the only thing that's going to happen. They're going to pay taxes at the entity level on those mortgages. That's it. But somehow that's a legal defense. So forget what I said. Let's see if has anyone raised this claim before, and let's see how it fares. Because he may be on to something. He may be on to something. But let's get into it. Oh, please share the stream. Please take 15, 20 seconds to share the stream, because I really think people should understand before they want to make similar arguments. You give yourselves about 15, 20 seconds.
Run it up, hey. I'm cooking up dog food. Yeah. She play with the dick with the tosses. Wow. I'm smoking that leaf from Toronto. Been watching that whisk like a car show. You look like you want to get shit off your chest. What's up? I thought so. Okay. I'm back in this game, now you sit at the end of the bench. What's up? I thought so. Okay. Yeah, back in this motherfucker like I left something in this bitch. A whole gallon of the white. I'm getting drunker than a bitch. Big straps with the Mac 11s got me putting extenders in the clip. And lay your shit up on the curb. Like you didn't pay your rent. Okay. Got Papa John dope, but no pizza. The dope with a flipping straight O's in the zippers. Right off the Peter Pan, intake at 9 if you open this mill and stick with you. My BBE label with guys on the tables. Fuck your Scarlet, yo Draco.
July 29, 2016. Certified for publication in the Circuit Court of Appeals of the State of Alabama, 2nd Appellate District, Division 1. Mose Yehudai, Yehudai, Impact Funding Corporation, appeal from a judgment of the Superior Court of Los Angeles County, Mel Red Ricana, affirmed. And Richard L. Antagimi for plaintiff and appellant. This was a lawyer that filed this case. So remember when I told y'all between 2011 in 2015, everybody was winning on the securitization arguments. Remember I told y'all they was winning on the securitization arguments? All you had to do was just challenge an assignment and mortgages were being thrown out left and right. Remember when I told you what happens when everybody starts to do the same thing? They find a new way to shut those arguments down because the system can't take those many losses like that. Remember, the system always prevails. Like the judges, the courts, everybody knows that securitization and secondary market funds the bloodline of American financing. Without that, we have no economy. You know that, right? So by 2016 came around, all those loose ends, like I told him, were all covered. Meaning those securitization arguments from 2016 and present won't work anymore. So now we got that out the way. Let's read the case. And this for all these mortgage gurus who get excited by pulling up cases from 2011, 12, 13, 14, like they're going to win on those arguments today. Let me see if I can, I think here. Is that better, y'all? Is that better? Yep. I don't know. Yep. Appellant Moshe Yehudai sued his lender and other parties alleging causes of action arising from the non-judicial foreclosure sale of his residence. The trial court sustained the respondent's demurrer, meaning they won off the facts of the defendant's case, the lender, to Yehudi's Second Amendment complaint without leave to amend and entered a judgment dismissing the case with prejudice. Let me say plaintiff. Yehudai appealed, we affirm. Yehudai, I can't get his name right for nothing, owned a residence in Los Angeles County. In February 2007, he borrowed $1,802,500. Now, a lot of people today, they're looking at that like, damn. But remember, back in 2004, 2005, 2006, they was handing out mortgages like candy, like free samples at a store. Like, it was nothing for you to make $70,000. It was nothing for you to make $70,000 and get approved for an $800-900 million home, because this was the securitization boom age. And they thought securitization was going to be the biggest thing coming. And it was. So it didn't even matter about your credit score as long as they relaxed the minimum standards, because they was trying to get these receivables together, right? So by them trying to get these receivables together, they was issuing loans to any and everybody, regardless, knowing that you couldn't pay. But they was getting them collateralized on the back end. So it was a lot of money being generated through securitization. It was the boom. What they didn't understand was that it was bound to blow up, because everything that you're doing, what you're invested in, is all based on speculation, and the people who they're lending to cannot afford the mortgages. The banks don't care whether you really pay or not. They only care about originated, getting you in a contract. They don't give two rats if you don't pay back or not. They don't care. They're not losing nothing. And how do I know this is true? Because I read a lot of class action lawsuits from investors brought on by these against these securitization vehicles for defaulty loans, meaning they were rating the loans AA, triple B, AAA, but they were mixing those AA, triple B, AAA loans in with C loans, D loans. They were mixing them. So you thought you was getting a pool of AA, AAA, double B, triple B loans, but you was really getting a mixture of everything. And it was more loans that were already in default that they were selling. Why? Because as long as you got the receivables to pledge, that is your license to print money. Your credit score could be a -50. If you have adequate cash flow and receivables, right to receive payments to pledge, you're most likely going to get financing at a better rate and quicker than someone who has an 800 credit score but no money. He borrowed $1,802,500 from Impact Funding and secured the loan with the deed of trust against the residence. Impact Funding is named as the lender and MERS as the beneficiary. The deed of trust provides that MERS is acting solely as nominee for lender and lender successors and assigns. And Yehudi's promissory note, together with the deed of trust, could be sold one or more times without prior notice to Yehudi. And that's clear as day. And y'all do know when you sign a deed of trust, you know they can transfer that as many times as they want. You know you can't. They don't have to inform you that they're doing it. It's just the new servicer and the new creditor. In the mortgage case, they have to reach out to you. I'll give you a spoiler. The original creditor never reached out to you within 30 days. Especially not in securitization. There you go. There go your free gem of the day. On March 29, 2007, Impact Funding sold Yehudai's promissory note and other promissory notes to a certain securitized investment trust, the ISA Trust. Deutsche Bank is the trustee of the ISA Trust, which is formed under New York law pursuant to a pooling and service agreement. Newsflash, all of these securitization pooling and service agreements are going to be governed under New York law. Why did they choose New York law to govern these pooling and service agreements? Because it's most favorable to the lender. In New York law, you definitely can't challenge defects in the pooling and service agreement. And New York is the money capital of the world. Now you see why they chose New York? Because you can't even bring up no pooling and service and defects, definitely not New York. You can't even bring that argument up worldwide anymore anyway. So this is why I was perplexed.
I'm gonna just try and break this down clearly to you. The trust in my client's case has been closed for 3 years. They cannot tie up any loose ends with that. Why? Because Remick tax law prevents them from transferring any assets into the trust that aren't qualified mortgages and that are after the cutoff date and 90-day grace period for the trust. So they cannot tie up the loose ends. This is as clear as I could explain it to you.
Like I'm not the teacher's teacher. Under the PSA, in order for a loan to be included in the ISA trust, it must be transferred into the trust by the closing date of March 29, 2007. So the closing date is the 90 days. So, and they get a little grace period between probably 100 days, 120 days, depending on the structure. So the day you close on your loan is the startup date for the trust. Within 90 days of you closing, according to their own agreements, the mortgages have to be into the trust. If it's not, from a tax standpoint, remix standpoint, it just means that they're going to get double taxed. It doesn't mean that you still don't have to pay. You notice how everybody is still using these things as methods to get out of a debt? Don't run now. This is what these are his words, not mine. More than 2 years after the ISA trust closing date, more than 2 years afterwards, MERS as nominee for impact funding recorded an assignment of deed of trust purporting to assign to Deutsche Bank as trustee of the ISA trust all beneficial interests under the deed of trust together with the promissory note secured by said deed of trust. First footnote. Respondents are impact funding, mortgage, MERS, Deutsche Bank as trustee on a PSA related to Impact Secure Assets Corporation, Mortgage Pass-Through Certificate, Series 2007-2, and Bank of America. 2, a securitized investment trust is created by pulling the loans into a trust and selling to investors the right to receive the mortgage interest and principals, aka the right to receive payment, aka receivables. My definition is in line with the judge's definition. The terms of the trust and right to obligation of the parties are set forth in a pooling and service agreement. The 2009 assignment. The 2009 assignment is dated as August 31st, 2009, signed on October 15, 2009, recorded in Los Angeles County on October 22nd, 2009. On February 12th, Deutsche Bank, as trustee for the ISA Trust, recorded a substitution of trustee naming Recon Trust Company, N.A., Recon Trust, the trustee under the deed of trust. Once again, Whenever you see that movement on the recorded deeds with a mortgage, whenever you see a substituted trustee, you best believe that a foreclosure is imminent. The same day, Recon Trust recorded a notice of default and election to sell the property pursuant to a deed of trust. What did I just say? Whenever you see a notice, that movement, that changing substitution of trustee, what did I say? A foreclosure is imminent. What happened on the same day after they substituted trustee? Same day. Told you, bro, I know this stuff like the back of my hand. Way technical. New York is way technical. I would have to put my A game on for someone in New York. They ain't going for none of that. I'm gonna be honest with you. And the right arguments, you better argue it to the T and no extra. Oh yeah, New York. So the foreclosure, the response that I found, y'all say I did in Illinois. If we was in New York, I would have never worded it all like that. Hell no. Not New York. They don't go for that. About 3 months later, Recon Trust recorded a notice of trustee sale. On June 15, 2012, Recon Trust conducted a trustee sale, sold the property to Deutsche Bank as trustee for the ISA Trust. In his second amended complaint, Yahadi alleged that the 2009 assignment is void because it occurred after the ISA's trust closing date and that Deutsche Bank's and Recon Trust actions, including the trustee sales, are void because they are derived from the void 2009 assignment.
I'm gonna just try and break this down clearly to you. The trust in my client's case has been closed for 3 years. They cannot tie up any loose ends with that. Why? Because Remick tax law prevents them from transferring any assets into the trust that aren't qualified mortgages and that are after the cutoff date and 90-day grace period for the trust. So they cannot tie up the loose ends. This is as clear as I could explain it to you.
He asserted causes of action for negligent misrepresentation, slander of title, fraud, quiet title, and declaratory injunctive relief in violation of Business and Professional Code section 17,200. Yahadi sought damages and equitable relief, including orders nullifying and rescinding the foreclosure sale, cancellation of notice of default and trustee sale, and judgment quieting title to the property. The trial court sustained the respondent's demurrer to the entire pleading without leave to amend, and thereafter entered a judgment of dismissal. In his second amended complaint, Yahadi alleged that the 2000 assignment is void because it occurred after the ISA's trust closing date. Najee Allen, he's in California. California Supreme Court case. Appellate court case. 3. Yahadi also alleged that the person who signed the 2009 assignment on behalf of MERS was actually an employee of Bank of America. In the February 2012 substitution of trustee was forged or robo-signed and therefore invalid. He further alleged that respondents violated the terms of an agreement or consent judgment entered into with the United States, requiring respondents to offer and facilitate loan modifications to avoid foreclosures, and that respondents failed to comply with that agreement. On appeal, however, Yehudai makes no argument concerning these allegations and represents that his claims depend on his alleged allegation that the 2009 assignment is void. Based on that representation, in the absence of relevant arguments, we do not consider these additional allegations. One of the biggest mistakes that you never make in court. And this was a lawyer that made the mistake. This is one of those fly-by-night lawyers jumping on the securitization wave. If you don't raise it, what do I say in the group? You wave it. I told you, y'all. This is not for everybody, y'all. I teach the 2% stuff. I teach the 2%. And this is why many people with the 2%, this is why many people, when I say many people will not win. You won't see a title in their name anytime soon. Standard of review. On appeal from a judgment after the court sustains a general demurrer without amend to leave. After they... Oh, shit. I done left them hanging. Right here. So, on appeal from a judgment after the court sustains a general demurrer without amend to leave, we determine whether the complaint states facts sufficient to constitute a cause of action. Blank verse Kirwan. We treat the demurrer as admitting all material facts properly pleaded, but not contentions, deductions, or conclusions of fact or law. We also consider matters which may be judicially noticed. Further, we give the complaint a reasonable interpretation, reading it as a whole in its parts in their context. When the demurrer is sustained without leave to amend, we reverse if there is a reasonable possibility that the defect can be cured by the amendment. Yehudai's contention that the 2009 assignment is void. This is the hallmark of all these gurus' arguments today regarding mortgages and the securitization of them. This is the hallmark of them. Every single guru online today is going to make this argument, besides me. In Yehudai's opening brief on appeal, he acknowledged that the viability of his claims, as well as the proposed new cause of action for wrongful foreclosure, turns on his ability to challenge the 2009 assignment. This challenge is based solely on the premise that the 2009 assignment is void because it occurred after the ISA trust closing date establishing the PSA. Our Supreme Court addressed contention, a similar contention in Ivanova. Remember, Island, when I was you sure you got cases post Galaski that says the same thing? You sure? I didn't tell him this case because this kills Galaski. This case right there, Ivanova. We went over that case in my master netting class. This case kills it. In that case, plaintiff secured a loan with a deed of trust against her property. As in the present case, the loan was sold to Deutsche Bank as trustee for an investment trust. I thought securitization was illegal. I thought securitization was so illegal. I heard gurus keep saying securitization is illegal. I'm not going to play the semantics word games with legal or lawful, but I thought they said securitization was legal, illegal. Huh. The court's not saying it's illegal. The courts keep making references to it. Under the terms of that trust, the closing date for the transfer of loans and deeds into the trust was January 27, 2007. Almost 5 years after that date. Almost 5 years after that date. Almost 5 years after that date, in December 11, 2000, the plaintiff's lender executed an assignment of the deed of trust to Deutsche Bank, a trustee of the investment. Deutsche Bank then caused plaintiff's property to be sold at a foreclosure sale. Let's read the fourth footnote. A volume was decided after the respondents filed their initial brief on appeal. Yahadi discusses and relies on Ivanova in his reply brief. We gave respondents the opportunity to address the effect of Ivanova on this case, and they filed a supplemental brief in response. The plaintiff in Ivanova alleged that the assignment of a deed of trust into the investment trust was void because it occurred after the investment's closing date. The trial court sustained a demurrer to the complainant, and this court affirmed. The Supreme Court reversed and held that the plaintiff could state a cause of action for wrongful foreclosure if the assignment of the deed of trust was void and not merely voidable at the behest of the parties to the assignment. The court explained that only the entity holding the beneficial interest under the deed of trust, the original lender, its assignee, or an agent of one of these, may instruct the trustee to commence and complete a non-judicial foreclosure. None of that says borrower. If a purported assignment necessary to the chain by which the foreclosing entity claims that power is absolutely void, meaning of no legal force or effect whatsoever. The foreclosing entity has acted without legal authority by pursuing a trustee sale, and such an authorized sales constitutes a wrongful foreclosure. Meaning, if the parties to the agreement says, nah, this is void. Nah, kick this back. We don't want this. Nah, there's too much defects. Send it back. And they still go sell it, then yes, the assignment's void. But none of that hits to a borrower's right to assert that argument. None of it. The Ivanova court did not give the borrower the right to assert that argument. We know. It's a hard pill to swallow. It's a hard pill to swallow. I know what they really want, y'all. They want a humble teacher. They want a teacher who's going to be soft and tell you the sky's going to be blue every day. And you're going to win even when all the evidence points that you're going to lose. And when you lose, it's not your fault. It's the system's fault because they don't want to be exposed and they don't want the truth out there. That's what happens when they lose. It's the system's fault. It's not your fault. You didn't study. You didn't interpret case law correctly. No, that wasn't an issue that you don't understand the court rules. You don't understand rules of evidence. You don't understand securitization like you think you do. You don't understand the nuances and complexities of mortgages. No, it's because they don't want securitization to be exposed. An assignment that is merely voidable, by contrast, does not support a wrongful foreclosure action. And 99%, besides the Supreme Elite Team University, everybody else out there who is making these arguments, the assignment is merely voidable. California law, the Ivanova court explained, does not give a party personal standing to assert rights or interests belonging solely to others, aka the investors. When assignment is merely voidable, the power to ratify or avoid the transaction lies solely with the parties to the assignment. The transaction is not void unless and until one of the parties takes steps to make it so. Meaning the investors had to instruct the trust manager of the trust to say, nah, void this. It's the only way it's void in California and pretty much all over the world. A borrower who challenges a foreclosure on the ground that the assignment to the foreclosing party bore defects, rendering it voidable, and thus be said to assert an interest belonging solely to the parties to the assignment rather than to herself. See Osco Galaski versus Bank of America, which Mr. Najee wanted to cite as well. This name is weird. Who died is such a borrower. Say it again, Judge. Who died is such a borrower. Significantly, the Ivanova did not consider or decide whether the assignment of the plaintiff's deed of trust to the investment trust after the trust closing date rendered the assignment void and not merely voidable. That question was a matter to be determined after remand. And guess what? They still ain't touch it because they can't touch it. And Ivanova still lost her house because they can't touch that. So that argument, Chavalino, the courts are not going to invalidate it. Want to know why? Because millions of assignments take place worldwide after the closing date. And remember when I said, when you fly too close to the sun, you get burnt? You know what that means? You cannot pass a law that is going to invalidate every normal day practice on the secondary market. It's not because it's right. It's not because it's wrong. It's because we represent a subset of American people. The average American does not think like us. They're not interested in fighting. They'd rather pay their bills. They're going to go to these people for loans and they're going to pay their loans back. They're not taking this role. So there are millions of people who rely on the same system that most people out here are trying to destroy. So they're not going to touch that argument because I can find 1 out of every 3 securitization trusts who has a late assignment. That is the normal practice. They're never going to do it all on time. But the courts are never going to make a distinct ruling on it because it's going to jeopardize the overall system. The system always wins in the grand scheme of things. Even with my case with credit acceptance, the system still wins. There was no order. There was no judgment on the record. There was no loss by them where it can shape up the whole. If I would have won at trial, the whole auto finance system would have came under attack. So this is why the system still wins, because credit acceptance settled with me out of court. So we ain't got to touch my merits anymore. The system is still intact. They can still carry on this business. My ruling would have seriously hurt their operations. And it would have had vast effect on other people similarly situated. Lamont, well, why didn't you fight for everyone? Because I'm not the Messiah. I understand that the system is still going to win. Without securitization, there is no economy. You got to, the bigger picture is bigger than your anecdotal current situation. When you fly too close to the sun, you get burnt. In his Second Amendment complaint, you see how they just skip right over that? Whether the assignment into a trust late was void and not merely voidable, it was decision to remand on demand, and they still ain't touch it. You notice how this court ain't touch it? No court is going to touch that. In this Second Amendment complaint, you die. alleged that the 2009 assignment is void under New York law, which he alleged governs the ISA trust because it occurred after the closing date specified in the PSA. He asserts that under Ivanova, the allegation is enough to survive the murmur. We disagree. Although we must accept the truth of Yehudai's factual allegations when reviewing the ruling on the demurmer, we are not required to accept the truth of his legal conclusions. And that is what many mortgage gurus can't understand. Your truth, knowing what happened, knowing the closing dates, none of that matters in court. We disagree. We are not required to accept the truth of its legal conclusions. Remember I said they like to make legal conclusions? Instead of making your claims and throwing it up in the air and let the judge finish the alley-oop. Hey, judge, we feel we're like this. And the judge is like, well, damn. Yeah, it couldn't go any other way. I see what you said. But many teachers are going to make legal conclusions. In opposition to the demurmer, Hudai relied on Galaski, the same thing Alan Najee keeps posting, to support his assertion that the 2009 assignment is void. In Galaski, the plaintiff's loan was pooled with other loans and transferred into an investment trust formed under New York law. Like Hudai, the plaintiff alleged that the purported assignment of his note in deed of trust to the investment trust was ineffective because the assignment was made after the trust closing date. To determine whether there was a legal basis for concluding that the trustee's attempt to accept a loan after the closing date will be void as an act in contravention of the trust document, the Court of Appeals looked at a New York statute which provides if the trust is expressed in an instrument creating the estate of the trustee, every sale, conveyance, or other act of the trustee in contravention of the trust is void. Quoting New York Establishment Powers and Trust Law, Chapter 7, verse 2.4. In applying this statute, the court relied on a then recent decision by a New York trial court, Wells Fargo Bank versus Irobobo, another case that I've read, which involved a mortgage that had been transferred into an investment trust after the trust closing date. The Irobobo one court stated that acceptance of the note and mortgage by the trustee after the date the trust closed would be void. Based on Irobobo 1 and a bankruptcy decision that followed Irobobo 1, Galaski concluded that plaintiffs' factual allegations regarding the post-closing date attempts to transfer the deed of trust into the investment trust are sufficient to state a basis for concluding the attempted transfers were void. And I told Alan Najee, you're relying on Galaski, but I'm telling you, we're not in the age of Galaski anymore. And he was citing me all cases in which I had case law after the dates of those cases to invalidate. It's all about the current case, not the prior case. After Galaski was decided, a New York Intermediate Appellate Court reversed Irobobo 1. In rejecting the trial court's view of New York law, the higher court explained that the borrower in that case was a mortgagor whose loan is owned by a trust, does not have standing to challenge the mortgage assignee's possession or status as assignee of the note and mortgage based on purported non-compliance with certain provisions of the trust. Huh?
You're rocking with the best.
Huh? See, the difference between me and everybody else that's calls herself a teacher I utilize this stuff for my own self. I see everybody always doing cases for others. That's cool. That's cool. Nothing wrong with that. But can you win on your own? Can you win your own stuff too? Nope. They can win stuff for others. Can never win their own though. The trustee of the investment trust in that case was thus entitled to summary judgment on its action to foreclose the mortgage. This is post-Galaski, which Galaski relied on Irabobo. So if Irabobo failed, Galaski falls by the wayside by default. Subsequent cases have consistently rejected Irabobo 1. Want to know why? Because the system is too big. Hundreds of millions of mortgages are assigned to trust after the closing date. You think they're going to shut that down? No. In reference, Jepson, 7th Circuit, 2016. New York courts consistently have held that an assignment that fails to comply with the terms of a trust agreement is merely voidable and not void. Corcroft, HSBC Bank, rejected borrowers' reliance on Irabobo 1 in light of reversal in Irabobo 2. Ferguson v. Banker, New York Mellon, 2015. Based on Irabobo 2, courts construed New York law such that violation of a PSA would render challenge assignment of deed of trust at most voidable, but not void. Rajaman v. Deutsche Bank. Under New York law, unauthorized acts of trustee and investments trust were not void, but voidable. Butler v. Deutsche Bank, 2014. Even before Irabobo 2, the vast majority of courts to consider issues have rejected Irabobo's 1 reasoning, determining that the acts of a trustee in contravention of a trust may be ratified and are thus voidable, meaning they can correct the mistake. Salvador Supra, in contravention of any trust ratified. The bankruptcy court case Galaski cited has received similar negative treatment. Berezovskaya versus Deutsche Bank, August 1st, 2014. Kufos, U.S. Bank, 2013. Henry Stantonworth, Eastern District of Virginia, my district, bankruptcy, 2016. I told you, when many people start winning on the same argument, they all huddle up and find a new way to shut it down. They gave everybody 2011, 12, 13. They gave everybody 3 years. Starting 2014, they said, nah, that argument is dead. I told you. See, I followed the procedural posture of each court in each district. Oh, and I started to see the turn in 2014. From 2011, 2012, 2013, I said, okay, everybody's spanking on these arguments. Once I got to year 2014, I said, too many people are starting to win. Too many people are starting to win. Oh, they done changed it. Like, I do this in real life, not online. I reap the benefits of what I teach in real life. It ain't no better feeling than putting in that hard work and walking away debt erased, entitled to the asset. Oh, man. All because you understand how the system works. The sky's the limit. The rejection of Irabobo 1 is based on sound reasoning. Under New York law, unauthorized acts by trustee may generally be approved or ratified by the trust beneficiaries. Remember when I said, why do you think they use New York trust law? Under Irabobo 1, however, a stranger to the trust will have standing to assert that the unauthorized transaction is void, thereby giving the stranger the power to enforce with the beneficiary's right of ratification. The stranger's right under Irabobo 1 to declare transaction in void would thus conflict directly with the beneficiary's right to ratify the transaction. This conflict is avoided by rejecting Irabobo 1. because a trust beneficiary under New York law retains the authority to ratify a trustee. Ultra vires act, such as a late transfer, the act must not be void. It must merely be voidable.
I'm gonna just try and break this down clearly to you. The trust in my client's case has been closed for 3 years. They cannot tie up any loose ends with that. Why? Because Remick tax law prevents them from transferring any assets into the trust that aren't qualified mortgages and that are after the cutoff date and 90-day grace period for the trust. So they cannot tie up the loose ends. This is as clear as I can explain it to you.
Oh no, you ain't got to explain it to me. You got to explain it to the judge. Because the decision upon which Galaski relied for its understanding of New York law has not only been reversed, but soundly and overwhelmingly rejected, we decline to follow Galaski on this point. Uh-oh, Alan Najee, because you're relying heavily on Galaski. Uh-oh. Standard Bank versus J.P. Morgan, rejecting Galaski because New York case law upon which Galaski relied has been overturned, which I tried to explain to you, Alan. Galaski has been shot down. UDI offers no other authority for its contention because, just like UDI, once that securitization argument crumbles, these gurus out here, they have no other arguments. They are stuck in the mud. Hey, if you was in the Supreme Elite Team group, can you just put the number, just guess that from what I read to you in my response to my clients in their mortgage case, how many different arguments did I have? And did they all tie back into my legal cause of action? Based on the authorities cited above, indicate a post-closing assignment of a loan to an investment trust that violates the terms of the trust renders the assignment voidable, not void under New York law.
I'm gonna just try and break this down clearly to you. The trust in my client's case has been closed for 3 years. They cannot tie up any loose ends with that. Why? Because Remick tax law prevents them from transferring any assets into the trust that aren't qualified mortgages and that are after the cutoff date and 90-day grace period for the trust. So they cannot tie up the loose ends. This is as clear as I could explain it to you.
You're rocking with the best.
Our Supreme Court's decision in Ivanova approved of Gaski's holding that a plaintiff has standing to assert a cause of action for wrongful foreclosure when a purported assignment necessary to the chain by which the foreclosing entity claims that power is absolutely void. That means only the investors, the beneficiaries, can render it void, not the borrower. Uh-oh. The court stated, however, that Galaski's further holding that the assignment of a deed of trust to an investment trust, assignment of a deed of trust to an investment trust was void because it occurred after the investment trust closing date was not before the court. The court and it expressed no opinions as to Galaski's correctness on the point. They're not even going to touch it. The reversal of Irrevocable 1 and the judicial response to it occurred after Uhade filed his second amended complaint in his opposition to the debarment. Yehudai now contends that New York law is irrelevant and has no role in this case. Oh, no, you was just citing it. Now it don't work no more. It's irrelevant. He points to a choice of law clause in the deed of trust, which provides that the deed of trust is governed by federal law and the law of the jurisdiction where the property is located, i.e. California. Even if this clause governed the question whether the assignment is void, Yahadi offered no citation to federal or California authority other than Galaski to support his assertion that the 2009 assignment is void because it was made after the ISA's trust closing date, because you're not going to find a case after Galaski. That's the whole point. If you were before Galaski, that's that 2011 to 2013 wave where you won all those arguments. When 2014 hit, nobody wins all those arguments anymore. But hey, I don't know what I'm talking about. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm just a person who has already been successful in a non-judicial state. Already been successful in a non-judicial foreclosure. That's all who I am. But besides that, I don't know nothing else. Mr. Najee, I've already been successful in what you're trying to accomplish. But I will give you some advice. I didn't make none of the arguments that you plan on making. Therefore, we reject it. Arguments made without reasoned argument and citations to authority may be treated as waived. Y'all know what that means? When you just bring your claims, but you have no case law to back up your assertions, that should be an indicator that a lot of these sovereign citizen arguments have no merits. If you, okay, let me tell you this. If you make an argument in court, but you have no case law or authority to back up your argument, it doesn't mean nothing. You haven't stated no claim. When I raise arguments, like in when that mortgage, I probably raised about 13, 14 arguments. I had case law to support all 13, 14 different arguments. And I'm not going to count the actual cases, but I had more than one case to support each argument. So if I got an argument saying the sky's blue, all right, the grass is green, the color is red, there's case law right there. Bam, case law right there. Bam, case. The masterpiece in which is going to be part of the study material was my motion, was my case, my some motions that I put together in my own case. That's actually going to be study material because I'm not saying it. The SEC attorney said it. That was a masterpiece. He said that whole complaint, the motions, was better than a lot of attorneys' works that he's seen over his 27-year career at the SEC. You know, the SEC never loses. You know that, right? When the SEC brings a suit, you think, I'm a researcher litigator. Shit. Then attorneys will be so far up these people's ass, they can smell what they ate for lunch 3 months ago. Facts. They don't ever lose. That's the one agency you do not want on your top, the SEC. They don't ever lose. However, hold on. Okay, I got it. Yahadi also contends that he should not have to prove that the assignment is void. Why? That's your whole argument. That's your argument. See, in order to be successful on this argument, I'm going to be honest with you. Prime example, and let me not use me as an example. Anyone that will make such an argument, it has to be an argument that is so new, so clever that it has to go up to the Supreme Court because it's going to become a national case for anyone to win on that argument. It's going to go all the way to the Supreme Court, which means it may be a brand new law. Whoever wins on that argument, you have set new precedents for the whole world. That's the uphill battle. On that, assignment is void. So it was the assignment is void because it was transferred late. They've been making we read these. They've been making those arguments for hundreds of cases on those arguments. I got these cases, and if anybody wants to win in that argument, I guarantee you you'll have every top litigator calling you to jump on your case to assist you, because that will be a new precedent moving forward. Mortgages will never be the same again on that argument. Yahadi now contends he should have to prove the 2009 assignment is void. The respondents, he argues, should bear the burden of proving the validity of the 2009 assignment. And that's the problem. You never look for the other side to prove your claim. You're the plaintiff. See, this is why everybody doesn't want to be a plaintiff. They got to be defendants. When you're the plaintiff, you got to prove every single case, every single element of your case, and you can't be off. You got to be 100% spotless in order to win as a plaintiff, especially pro se. The arguments I raised with credit acceptance, you see those in class action, securities, and investor lawsuits. You would never see those arguments as a pro se. I had to pass the heightened pleading standards. I had to pass the fraud standards, the who, what, when, where, and how elements. I had to pass the technical converting and accounting and securitization into a legal argument and not toting the line where everybody else did and got rejected. I had to stay right in there, and then I had to tie it off of my cause of action and keep going back to my legal cause of action and keep going back to my legal cause of action, and then use the securitization and accounting as example, but then tying it off with case law at every stage. Yo, no one puts a law complaint together like me. Pro se, no one does. He cites the cases in which a plaintiff purporting to be the assignee of a contract right had the burden of proving it actually held the contract right it was suing to enforce. The problem is, bro, or Yehudi, you're the plaintiff. You're the one that's suing. Crocker vs. Tidal, Neptune Society. Here, however, Deutsche Bank has sued no one. Yahadi, as the plaintiff, is challenging a non-judicial foreclosure, has the burden to prove it was wrongful. I just said it. You're the plaintiff. And this is why only the select few are ever going to be the plaintiffs and succeed. When you're the plaintiff, you got to prove it. It ain't like being a defendant in the credit card debt case and you win by they didn't show up to court, or you went by a technicality, or they just dropped the case because they don't want to waste the time and money. The debt ain't really worth much. They was probably hoping you'll get a default judgment, some shit like that. But when you're the plaintiff in a mortgage case or auto case, and you especially take them to federal court, the federal courts are strict. You best believe that. I try to pull a fast one. I try to pull a fast one with the court, and she struck that motion off the record. She struck my motion right off the record. She caught me. I tried to amend my complaint without amending my complaint, if you get my point. Basically, when you amend your complaint, the first one gets taken away in your second one. I just wanted to add stuff to my complaint without amending my original complaint. That was 90 pages. And she caught me trying to be slick. Oh, them federal judges are very sharp and they're very strict by the rules. And the reason why a lot of pro se people don't win in federal court at that is because they don't follow the rules. The rules are very strict. Now, you'll get your motions liberally construed as pro se, but you're not going to get exemption from the rules. If you do not know the court rules, do not step into a courtroom. I'm telling you, if you do not know the court rules, do not step inside of a courtroom. 6, California law does not support Yuhaidi's claims. As Ivanata cited, the deed of trust is inseparable from the note it secures, and it follows it even without a separate assignment. You know what that means? You know what that means? There's no need for the wet ink note signature. They don't have to. Whenever the note is signed, the deed of trust follows with it. So let's say I signed the note. I assigned the note to Justin. The minute I signed the note to Justin, the deed of trust follows it automatically. That's how courts start treating it now. So remember that 1854 Supreme Court case? You can't bifurcate the note. They separated the note from the deed. Yeah, that's in the early 1900s. Now, when I signed the note, the deed automatically follows. See, but they would know that. They read case law. It just says it right here. California, the Ivanatico said the deed of trust is inseparable from the note it secures and follows it even without a separate assignment. So you don't need to assign, all right, here's the note assignment, here's the deed. No, you assign the note, the deed of trust automatically goes. See, this is where we get to, this is where people's arguments start to fall apart. What they believe is true starts to fall apart. This is where they start to believe how things go starts to crumble under their feet. So when all what you believe is true starts to crumble, what are you left with? What are you left with? When everything you thought about mortgages starts to crumble at your feet, the only thing that you're now left with.
Don't miss out on this opportunity to litigate like a seasoned professional. Join the Supreme Elite Team University.
Thomas in the lobby. Folded thicker than a skyline. Credit acceptance on a resume with stories in the fine lines.
I guarantee you that you're going to learn things that you didn't even know exist. 100% full money back guarantee for all people. If there's not at least one thing that you didn't even know existed, 100% full refund. That's how confident I am. I'm on the record saying it. Trust me. Because quite a few of that information is being there. You're not going to find it it's not in the public. Because it's all internal stuff. So the only way you will know it is if you work behind the scenes or you know people that work behind the scenes. And I know people that work behind the scenes on this stuff. So we have an advantage over here because we're going to know be privy to a lot of things that the average pro se litigant would just never be privy to because they're nowhere near in that world. I'm closely connected to that world in real life. Call Dawood. Hey, what's up, partner? Hey, I just have a quick question. First of all, give me a week or two, and I'll finish having that 2023 situated back to you. And tell OG, I'm gonna get with him this weekend. And the brother for Fannie Mae, right? I want us three to get on the call. I want to see if he can make an appearance with at the Supreme Elite Team University. I want to see if, just like 15, 20 minutes of his time. If he just make an appearance. Cool. All right. It starts Friday, but we'll do it for probably the second or third week. We'll do that as a I want to talk to him before so I can have that as the like a special guest type situation. Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah, and the only thing we're just going to discuss the behind the scenes, just with the just the little transfers of the notes and the payment structures to the investors. That's all. Just a little. Okay. All right, bet that. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, so just let them know. We can all get on the three-way and go over the parameters. What questions are good? What questions he don't really feel comfortable answering? Because you know how that goes in that world. So yeah. I want to make sure he's exposed too. So yeah, perfect. Yeah. And if there's anything that we talk behind the scenes, that goes a little bit too in depth, or what goes on behind the scenes, I'll make sure that just stays with me. And just to build up the trust and stuff. I got you, bro. Most definitely. All right. All right, appreciate it. Hey, and you're slated for the Supreme Elite Team University too. Got you in there, so I'm gonna be sending you the link.
Cool. Bet, appreciate you.
All right, bro.
Yeah, man.
All right.
Looking forward to it. Hey. Oh, just letting you know, I got this dude. He about to fix my credit and stuff.
Yeah.
Because he do it for our mastermind.
Okay.
And if so once he do my stuff for him, we can also probably work something where he helps people in the group, because he be doing my guy stuff. Because my guy, one of my guys, he just gets his credit fixed, buys a company, funds it.
Bet.
6 months later, he'll buy another company, funds it.
Bet.
This is just constantly what he do. So
okay, I'm gonna add that to it. I'm gonna add that to it, and he can come on and give his pitch and do it. He can do his his advertising, do the pitch, and whoever want to rock. Yeah, I'm gonna give it that too, because we buying companies and funding. Oh yeah, let's get that.
Yeah, that's all he does. Like my guy, he buys. So my guy who talking PPC, he buys age corporations all the time. And I know where to get them, because the company that I get my LLCs through out in Wyoming, they sell them.
Yep.
So they sell age corps all the time.
Bet.
So all he does, my guy, he just buys them, gets them funded.
Bet.
Buys them, gets them funded. Yeah. So
bet. Yes. Yep. Because I'm looking to get about 3 of them this year. So yeah, let's get that. Let's get that.
Oh yeah.
Let's get that, bro. Yeah. Let's get that. I appreciate you, broski.
Oh yeah. Most definitely.
I'm gonna tap back in with you probably Sunday, because I'm gonna be with the wife Friday tomorrow, and the kids and stuff. So I'm gonna tap back in with you Sunday, and let's get the date scheduled. All right, bet that.
Yep.
All right. Oh man, good God Almighty.
You're rocking with the best. You're rocking with the best.
Told you that should be a speed dial away. Let me see if we get the SEC attorney scheduled again. Called Tango. See if we can get the SEC attorney make an appearance too. Let's see if we can get the SEC attorney to make an appearance too. See if he answers.
Jeff Gamble.
Mr. Gamble, how you doing, sir?
I'm doing well, thanks.
This is Lamont Thomas.
Yeah. Hey,
nice talking to you. I just wanted to let you know personally, I appreciate your help with the matter of resolving this with credit acceptance. I did receive the title. I appreciate the fast expedition on that, but just wanted to give you a thank you, man. I appreciate your hard work, man.
No, I'm glad we were able to work it out.
Yes,
and you were a big part of that process too. So
yes, most definitely.
Just sit for a bit, and the momentum when really people are working towards the goal.
Yep.
Really helps.
Yes, sir.
Process.
Yes, sir.
I too am thankful for your role in that as well. But I really appreciate the call.
Yes, sir. Maybe one day we could go head out to a restaurant and I can just pick your brain a little bit, man, because your record is an exceptional, man. Now, for real, your record is an exceptional, man. For real. I follow a lot of your work, man. You're exceptional. I give you credit, man. So maybe we can do that some other time, right? Off the record or something.
Appreciate that offer.
Yes, sir.
And those words.
Yes, sir.
It was nice working with you. Really
all right. Thank you, Mr. Gamble. I know you're busy, man. I'll see you later, man.
All right. Thanks very much. Take care.
All right.
All right. Bye-bye.
That was the attorney for credit acceptance.
You're rocking with the best. You're rocking with the best.
Seasoned class action litigator. He's a seasoned class action litigator. He's a litigator for real, Jeffrey Gamble. Seasoned class action litigator. Oh, the connect. I build connections everywhere I go. I build connections with elite professionals everywhere I go. How do you do that? You're just a regular nigga. You just a... because I understand the game and they understand that I understand the game. So when you understand and know the game, you get treated differently. Instead of coming with, where's the blue wet ink signature? Oh, it's fraud. They took my home. And when you get to settlements, you're not trying to, I want money. I want money. I want money. I'll settle. I want the proceeds for the note. I want the security. You don't understand professionalism in settlements and how the business works. And knowing that if you ask for money instead of the asset, they're going to fight and say F you, because giving money is akin to admitting guilt. They don't ever want to admit guilt. This is why I propose that no admission of guilt on both sides. That's what made credit acceptance way more than settlement. Because one thing, when you get on professional status with it, you have to protect the same system in order for you to get what you want. That's how the game goes. Call me a sellout or what, but that's how the game goes. And I'm not here to rewrite the rules to the game. I just follow protocol. And that's how you win. I played a big role in my settlement. I could have forced them into a fight and won. I could have forced them. But why? Is that really the right thing to do? Why over push? Why over push? You know you got him dead to rights. Why over push? Don't they offer times to settle with you? Hey, you're severely behind, but we'll settle this for this. Don't they offer chances to settle? What's the bigger goal? Trying to expose some, extract money out of them, or play the game to win? There's always going to be opportunity to get money out this. But when you start chasing money in this as your only sole goal, you always end up chasing your tail. You think you're chasing money, but you're really chasing your tail. Let's get back to it, man. Thus, if the note was timely conveyed to the ISA trust, as Yehadi alleged, so was the deed of trust. Although the conveyance of the note may have been separated in time from the execution, recorded and physical transfer of the instrument reflecting the assignment of the deed of trust, the gap does not alter the legal fact that the deed of trust and the right to foreclose was, as a matter of law, transferred along with the note. U.S. versus Thornburg, 9th Circuit, 1996. Even if a party holding the deed of trust instrument fails to hand it over to the note holder has the right to foreclose. Like I said, the bifurcation, the deed of trust must follow the note. Those are old, outdated arguments. Well, you gotta be quick on your soundboard. But I don't know what I'm talking about. As you can see, I'm respected by another professional in that world. And Mr. Gamble, he does class action. He does securitization. He litigates securitization. He litigates accounting. He litigates class actions. Everything. Why do you think they went and got him? You want to know why it took so long for credit acceptance to find an attorney? Because they needed to find a specialized attorney for the arguments I made. That's why. That's why. Because I asked you, what took you so long to get on the case? They had trouble finding an attorney to take my case with my specialized claims. What he said on the phone when we first talked. My specialized claims, meaning you need people who specialize in these things in order to come against me. The average everyday attorney, I will wipe the floor with them. Pro se. I will wipe the floor with them. You need to be class action litigator or higher in order to handle my claims. And this is why when these gurus show they went, it's always some credit card, debt case, debt buyer case. Now I'm talking about, can you litigate like a class action lawsuit when you're wedging tax, accounting, securitization, securities, state law, federal law, case law, all into one argument. 5 of those topics are very highly complex that even the professionals struggle to comprehend. This is why you got to specialize in those arguments. 3 years law school, 4 years undergrad, 3 years law school, and about 4 more years of after in order for you to argue class action lawsuits. Well, when we come as pro se, we argue like it's a class action lawsuit. Oh, the deed of trust, the assignment, security. What? I don't even argue securitization as a cause of action. I use securitization to support my cause of action. There is a difference. Mendez versus D1 Investments, 2005. Futton versus Wells Fargo, 2011. That's saying the deed of trust doesn't need to necessarily follow the note. And you know what I think? You know what the Fannie Mae, the one that works on behalf of the investors, that processes the payments to the investors, deals with the collateral agent, deals with behind the scenes. You know, I asked him a question. I said, hey, I'm going to ask you a question. This is what I believe. This is what I researched. This is what I think is true. I said, the deed of trust is BS. It's hot air. It's a smoke screen. It's the note that really is the real deal, ain't it? He said, you are absolutely right. The deed of trust ain't nothing but a piece of paper. It's the note. And it's a guy that works behind the scenes with him. And that's what I figured out through my study. I said, oh, the deed of trust is a smoke screen.
You're rocking with the best.
Everything that I teach in my group has been confirmed by the top professionals in this field. And it played out in my lawsuit. So my understanding is on top professional level. What do you think happens when we step inside of a courtroom with it? When they know he's right. When they know he's right. When they know he's right. We can't get around this. Settlements happen. And credit acceptance knew I had him. The lawyer knew I had him. They knew I had him. They was happy when I agreed to settle. I could have forced the issue and made them lose a trial. Just force it. They was checking my temperature. Yo, you still going to withdraw the default? Hey, can you withdraw the default? Do you think you can do that? Asking me, can I withdraw a motion? Where the arbitration at? Ain't there an arbitration clause in the credit acceptance contract? Don't they compel arbitration all the time? Why they compel arbitration? Why they even attempt to compel arbitration with me? Huh? Why they attempt it? Because I even know how to invalidate an arbitration clause. We get straight to the dance floor. I do this shit in real life.
You're rocking with the best.
I'm telling you, somebody better tell that boy in the live debate with me. I'm telling him in the live debate with me, bro, I'm going to be throwing shit out there that I know you don't even know exists, Alan. I know you don't even know exists. I'm going to start throwing those securities words at you. You'll think you'll be thinking I'm talking about something different. I'm talking about the same thing. I'm just calling by the professional words that they use. About to trick you all up with wordplay. That's how I'm going to get him. I'm going to trick him up with wordplay. I'm going to ask him a question that's so highly technical, and I'm talking about a simple mortgage. He'll be thinking I'm talking about some Securities Act laws shit, 19. He'll be thinking I'm talking about something totally different. I'm talking about the everything thing. If I broke it down in layman's term, everybody would understand. But I'm going to put it in the highly technical terms. See, when you learn the highly technical terms and understand it from a highly technical situation, then you can with ease break it down in layman's terms so people can understand. So when I teach, you get both sides of the fence. You get the layman's terms and you get the professional terms. So when you step out on your own, you know how it's worded in the professional world. Yahadi further contains that the language in the deed of trust confers upon him as the borrower the right to sue to assert non-existent of a default or any other defenses to acceleration and sale. Uhadi has not, however, asserted the non-existence of a default, and its only purported defense to foreclosure is that the 2009 assignment is void, because that's everybody else's in this space's defense. Everybody that argues foreclosures are arguing mortgage foreclosures like we're still in 2011 to 2013. That's how they argue it, like we're still in that time. Even if the language in the deed of trust might have provided Yahadeh with standing to assert a defense to prevent a foreclosure, it does not help him here. Yahadeh also argues that the deed of trust is an adhesion contract that does not use conspicuous and clear language to warn him that he has no power to challenge an invalid assignment of his loan. Guess what? I agree with him. The deed of trust is all BS and smokescreen. The deed of trust is saying one thing, but it means a totally different thing. In the professional world, a deed of trust means totally different. Okay, so it's like, okay, let me tell you this. A deed of trust is akin to, on its face, it says NFL rule book. But the language of the deed of trust is all NBA game and wordplay. What is mentioned in the deed of trust has no relation to what really goes on with the deed of trust. The deed of trust has as much value as a used piece of toilet paper. The deed of trust is a non-existent form. It exists nowhere behind the doors. It's nothing. Remember, they use, this is how it goes. From a professional standpoint, this is how it goes. They use a trust law to siphon our property from us. They use accounting to hide what's really going on. And they use contract law to stick us with the debt. Once I understood those things and how they go about doing it, then I understood that their only line of defense is the initial complaint and the attachment of the contract, in the note or the deed of trust or the auto contract. And they want to immediately try to get a summary judgment in there. And they're going to fight so hard at the beginning stages, because the longer the case proceeds, that's when their case starts to fall apart. They have no other line of defense but the contract. Want to know why? They want to stick you and stay right on the contract. Want to know why? It's because if they don't, they'll be exposing what's really going on behind the scenes. And it's not the fact that they're exposing what's going on, but when you understand and you also know what goes on behind the scenes, you'll understand that you never really owe what they say you owe. They never expect you to pay what they say you got to pay. And they don't even account for them receiving the amount that's stated on the contract. They don't even, the contract is BS. They only expect to get a percentage of that. And that is what they expect to get for you. And that is what they go by. So anything else that you pay over that number is all extra to them. Oh, trust me, I put this system together. And everything, I can prove it in court. See, that's the whole difference right there. No theories. Everything I say, I can prove it in court, no matter the situation. And this is why I love being the plaintiff. Now you see why I love being the plaintiff? Because I can prove everything in court. If I 15 arguments, Those are my go-to. I got about 15 arguments in the chamber, and I can prove all 15 in court. Some cases I only got to use 4. Some cases I only got to use 5. Some cases I only got to use 3, depending on the facts and circumstances. But in any case, mortgage, autos, credit card, it don't matter what the situation is, no matter what court we're in, no matter if you're a federal court or state court, it don't matter. The argument, the only thing that changes, the arguments get tailored to align with that court's rules and the procedural posture and the history of that jurisdiction. That's the only thing that changes. Finally, Yahadi contends that he should be permitted to amend the case to add a cause of action for wrongful foreclosure. This proposed cause of action, however, it was similarly dependent upon the allegation that the 2009 assignment is void because it was made after the ISA's trust March 2007 closing date. Because he has not led sufficient facts to establish that critical allegation, the proposed new cause of action will also fail as a matter of law. Don't even matter what you argue, it's still going to fail. The judgment is affirmed. Respondents shall recover their costs on appeal.
I'm gonna just try and break this down clearly to you. The trust in my client's case has been closed for 3 years. They cannot tie up any loose ends with that. Why? Because REMIC tax law prevents them from transferring any assets into the trust that aren't qualified mortgages and that are after the cutoff date and 90-day grace period for the trust. So they cannot tie up the loose ends. This is as clear as I could explain it to you.
And that's when I knew he was a rookie. Because all rookies, meaning you've never successfully argued a mortgage foreclosure before, all teachers online, the rookie ones, they always get excited about 2011 to 2013 foreclosure cases where they was arguing securitization and won, and they was arguing chain of assignment. So they think they're going to use those arguments today and win. So they get overly confident about those arguments winning, not knowing that those arguments are old and outdated. They was for a specific time. And I know when people watch this, they get upset more than they get inspired. Only the select few gets inspired. Many people are going to get upset. No matter why would they get upset? It's because it's some people just don't feel like it's like what's that dude name? Bob. I forgot his name. Bob. He was an old teacher of a Patriot movement. And he said that this space is filled with haters. The Patriot community is filled with haters. There are a lot of haters in this space. And it's not the fact that you understand and you have it. I don't even think it's that. I think it's they're mad that they don't have it. It's like, I want it too. And you should just give it to me. Oh, you know it? You should just give it to us for free. You should. Remember, they always tell me, you should be teaching and not charging. You should just do it for free. But the question is, if you want it done for free, then you have the absolute right to do it for free. It costs you nothing to study. You don't have to run your pockets out by taking the next 3 or 4 years and just study and learn the system. And don't send no documents off within that time frame. You have that option. Well, I'll be facing, you still have the option. You still have an option. You may not think you have an option. You may be compelled, but you ultimately still have the option. You don't want to pay nobody? Then you can learn it on your own. But where do I start? First, it starts with the mindset. What mindset are you coming in this with? What expectations do you have? What are you trying to accomplish? And the first thing comes to my mind with most people is money. Trying to find some way to extract money out the deal. You've already lost the war. So now you're going to be fighting meaningless battles. If you're not doing this just for understanding purposes only in the beginning, you've already lost the war. You'll just be fighting meaningless battles along the way. If you are impatient, you've already lost the war. If you have a pessimistic view, attitude, you've already lost the war. Everything starts automatically from within you first. What your true intentions are determines on what teacher you attract. What your true intentions are determines what teachers to attract. This is why you see everybody as defended. But what you rarely see is people as plaintiff. And I'm talking about successful plaintiffs. I ain't talking about plaintiffs and you getting your head smacked around. I'm talking about plaintiffs, successful plaintiffs. You bringing the action. And that's what I bring. I'm a fan of us being plaintiffs. I'm a fan of us pushing the issue. This is why right there, setting a new standard. Winning in court, understanding the game, accounting a loan, but he says I'm at the bottom. Cause of action, setting a new standard. That's what this is all about. Supreme Elite Team University is the new standard. Because if you're not coming at this in the manner in which I teach, you're subjecting yourself to being hoodwinked and bamboozled in court. And I'm not talking about just solely credit card cases. Because most people, there's a lot of teaching for credit cards. There was all these mortgage gurus, but I haven't seen one win in sight. There were all these auto gurus, but none of them, I don't see no wins. Everybody's debt buyer and credit cards. Cool. I'm talking about the system in its entirety. This is why you got teachers that only deal with credit cards and debt collectors. And that's it. Me, mortgages, autos, debt collectors, credit cards, debt buyers, state case, federal case, this district, that district, student loans, legal lawsuits, audits on the account. Because when I do an audit, I don't use a damn Bloomberg. I don't use none of these. Oh, get you a little forensic audit for your auto out Cali, a couple $100 from a private investigator. Fuck all that. When I do an investigation, I'm going to pinpoint what you're paying in finance charges, the true cost of credit, what the contract says you owe versus what you may really owe, and what causes of action can be taken. Because I know 1,000%, 99.99% of the people don't realize that they're paying on a contract that the company don't even expect them to make. Many people have already paid off that's being sued, debt collector, being sued for their credit card balance. Many people don't understand, even with the payments that they were making, they've already paid off the balance, don't even understand it yet. Remember, they use contract law to stick you with the debt. It's that level of reasoning and understanding that, like, the average teacher is not, they're not there yet, and that's okay. I know for a fact that many of you have already satisfied the balance. But that's, once again, it's going to be hard to grasp because you're looking at it. You think I'm talking about a contract. I'm not even talking about the contract anymore. I'm not even talking about the contract. Whether you satisfy an obligation or not has nothing to do with the contract and your monthly payments. But that's the professional side of it. See, that's the way they look at it. The average person looks at it based on their contract and their monthly payments. That's the consumer way. The professionals don't look at it that way. I even know how they calculate their interest rates. Oh, the APR is, see, once again, you think I'm talking about the contract still, but I'm not. I'm talking about what governs the contract. See, now you're thinking of talking about some securitization indenture agreement. I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about what metrics, what numbers they come up with that's reflected and why they come up with the numbers that's reflected on your contract. See, the contract is nothing. I really don't even argue the contract. Now, I don't really even make arguments about the contract. I rarely ever touch it. Actually, I rarely ever use it as a basis. The contract is more like a reference point to me. It's not an argument. Like it's the level of understanding that we have. I don't think it's anything short of a blessing, if you ask me. Because to be honest with you, I truly don't think I don't think it was meant for us to even understand this. Because if people knew this in drones, oh my gosh, there would not be a system. There would not be a system.
You're rocking with the best.
There would not be a system. I'm telling you. And how does that look? What about the millions of people that's still dependent on the system? Huh? Well, what about many people that depends on it? So it's always a balance in that. It's always a balance in that. It's not it's just not there. You know? But I tell people it's the only way that you're truly going to understand this level of the game is you have to understand what I'm telling you. And what's going to be taught is premium to you. There's no other way to attack this. I'm talking about, once again, let me keep it in context. It's not about getting not Like, you getting sued. See, that's the thing. Most people, they're already getting sued. You're already getting sued. That's to me, that's a problem right there. Why are you being sued? Why are all these claims coming out as a defendant? You're being sued. To me, that's a problem from the beginning. Because you should never be in a position where you're being sued when you understand what I know. I'm never in a position where I'm being sued. Unless it's something that I just don't even care about. I'll defend it on the back end. But even the makes it best about this, and the flip side to it is that if I wanted to play defendant, I could just play defendant and let them walk themselves right into traps. Plaintiff, I'm a walk them down to a settlement. Defendant, I'm gonna walk them into a trap. To set the they're gonna set all. Want to know why? Because I understand how they already work behind the scenes, and I'm not just talking. I'm not just talking credit acceptance, the usual. I studied the whole system. I'm talking about the whole system. I'm not talking about just men. I'm talking about the system. The lawsuit, Thomas lawsuit, credit acceptance in the Eastern District Venue concluded with a stipulation of dismissal on January 28th. While the specific financial terms of the settlement are rarely public in individual consumer cases, the trajectory of the case provides a basis for evaluation. Of course, some things that the settlement will remain private. Legal strategy. Lamont Thomas utilized a highly unconventional recharacterization theory, arguing that his auto loan was not the standard, but a different arrangement. The strategy aimed to bypass traditional consumer law limitations by invoking federal securities and tax regulations. Even though the tax regulations was in the operative complaint, it wasn't an actual argument. It was a, by the way, judge, if this were a tax case. That's how I argued it. If this were a tax case, this is how they'll be in violation as well. This I'll be able to prove my point as well. So I gave the judge more. I said, Judge, if this was a bankruptcy case, I would be entitled to. If this was a tax case, the IRS would be hitting them with penalties, accuracy-related penalties. If this was a state case, I would win in this venue. Federal, this is the overwhelming precedence where I would win in this venue. I literally did that. I gave examples. If I was in different venues with these arguments, this is how I would still prevail. The settlement occurred shortly after Thomas filed a motion for a temporary restraining order and preliminary injunction in early January 26. The move for dismissal was filed by Credit Acceptance following a court order that required them to respond to his complaint by February 2026. The stipulation of dismissal indicates that both parties reached an agreement out of court, leading to the base being closed without a judge ruling on the merits of the securities lending theory. In the separate 2003-24, a judge recommended dismissal for frivolousness and warned Thomas about potential sanctions for his aggressive legal theories. Unlike the South Carolina case, which faced immediate procedural roadblocks, the 2025 Virginia case progressed far enough to force a formal response in its subsequent settlement with CAC. The settlement represents a tactical victory for Thomas by shifting his legal theory from the standard wrongful possession, which failed in 2023, to a complex securities-based argument in 2025. He created enough legal leverage to secure a private resolution with Credit Acceptance Corporation, litigating like it's a class action lawsuit.
You're rocking with the best.
Turning a simple consumer complaint into a class act. Turning a simple consumer complaint into a class action lawsuit, litigating like it's a class action lawsuit. Never from consumers will they see that. Never. So all the debt buyer claims, and that's cool. That's cool. That's cool. The debt buyer claims, and that's cool. I mean, you got to start somewhere. You got to start somewhere. I'm not knocking it, but like everybody knows there's levels to this. And it's not a knock. You got to start somewhere. But I'd rather you start on the professional side than keep going through all these rabbit holes. You get what I'm saying? Let's see. Let's do this. Let's see what they have to say about this. And rank him amongst the top litigators in this profession. Let's see what the GPC has to say. I mean, the GPCT has to say. Let's see. If I can get it up and running. All right. I don't know why it needs to be newsworthy. It's not working. It's not working. But I'm always doing rankings on myself. I'm always doing rankings on myself, trying to rank myself against the top litigators. That's who I rank myself. I rank myself against the top. I don't rank myself against any other teacher in the space. No disrespect, but it's pointless. It's pointless because I'm supposed to be elevating. But I like to rank myself against top litigators. I don't rank myself against anybody in this space because technically none of them are on my level. I'm just gonna be honest with you. Nobody, no guru in this space is on my level. Yes, it set precedent. My lawsuit, and they settled fast. Oh, that was going to set precedent. If it had went full term and made news, it would have set precedent throughout the whole auto industry. There'd have been lawsuits out the wazoo using my complaint as a reference. And you know what's so crazy? The SEC attorney told our homeboy in the group, Troy, and me and Troy talk behind the scenes. He said, yeah, that my attorney friend read your full brief. He said that there's absolutely no way this is going to trial. They're going to settle. And he said that back in August, right when I filed it. And I was like, shit, I hope so. That'd be nice. Because, you know, I don't ever be like, all right, I'm about to win. Nah, I know nuances of court. There's cases where people lost when they thought they should have won. There's cases where people won when they probably should have lost. I know the nuances of court. But he did call that. He did say they were going to settle. There's no way. But then I understand why he would say that, because he's reached almost 100 settlements with these same finance corporations, securitization investment trust. He's never lost a case against them. So if he's saying they're going to settle, that means he must see something on his level. Like I would have said the same thing. Oh yeah, this is normally what happens in these situations. But I will say that the attorney, he called everything spot on for my case from day one. He called everything spot on. Everything he said was going to happen, it happened. Now, this what you have right here. Get close. Now, hold on. I'm doing it wrong. Let me give you some context. So remember the live stream from the day before yesterday? when Tempest, she said that she. Oh, another thing about me. Y'all know when these gurus try to block the case, you know, when the gurus try to block the case, and all I need to have is some version of the docket. So when they be filing dockets like this and they be blocking the case out, like no one can know, my litigation model is so elite that it scans, it goes a nationwide scans based on the document. So when I ran it through its own, the own infrastructure that was built for me, it found the case, it found the judge, it found everything. So although she blocked it out, although she blocked this out, I told her in the man, it doesn't matter if it's blocked out. You know, I can find the unredacted version. Even if it's redacted, all I need is the document that they post, and I will find the unredacted version, just like I found it here. I told you, I am a litigator.
You're rocking with the best.
I can find any case. That's why they can't. This is why they blocked me. And yes, she ended up blocking me for whatever reason. I don't know. Oh, I did. Yeah. I know why she blocked me. That's neither here nor there. So this says this was Christopher Heasley, aka Christopher Heasley. This is from Tempest Marie. Proposed order, Sonia Rash. Right? Sonia Rash. Okay. This was the dismissal. Right? Now, if you look here, this is the case file. So, on July 29th, 2025, at 9:30 a.m., Judicial Officer Sonia Rash had a hearing. They had a hearing. American Express did not show up. They missed the hearing. That's how she got the dismissal. You know, it says granted dismissal motion for lack of jurisdiction and standing, right? But the official dismissal is because of warrant of prosecution. So let's go here for a second. What is normally the reasons for dismissal or a want of prosecution? Let's just see. What are the reasons for dismissal for want of prosecution? Dismissal for want of prosecution occurs when a plaintiff fails to diligently pursue their case, leading the court to terminate the action due to inaction, such as failure to meet deadlines, appear in court, or comply with orders. Common reasons preclude prolonged inactivity, failure to serve defendant, or cause an unreasonable delay that prejudices the defenses. Now, failure to comply with court orders, failure to appear at the hearings, failure to serve defendant, right? Dismissal, frequent dismissal without prejudice, allowing the plaintiff to refile, though they may factually sanction first. Final remedies, sanctions. Dismissal could be requested by the defendant or initiated by the courts on its own motion. So, since they refused to prosecute the case and did not show up for the hearing, as the record indicates, that's how Tempest Marie received the dismissal for the client for the $12,000. Nevertheless, it's still a dismissal, but it wasn't for the reasons that she stated on her channel. She made it seem like the dismissal was because of the merits of the case. In all actuality, I actually read the complaint her arguments was that because it was securitized into the trust, American Express did not have standing to sue. But if they would have stayed and fought, and there could be many reasons why they didn't fight. They leave cases like this alone all the time. This is not uncommon. One of the reasons why, because the Amex Master Trust, the servicing and enforcement rights always retains with Amex. So if they would have went to trial, she would have lost. I read her complaint. She would have lost on that argument. The way she worded it, it's the same. Oh, and once again, she told me she's only been doing this for 3 years. This is the typical rookie introduction into the space, argue securitization. That use securitization as a legal defense. Well, us professionals, we use securitization in support of our legal cause of action, like the other professionals do. Yes, I look at myself as a professional. When it comes to court motions, filings, litigations, I get treated as one. I play a hand in my settlement. I got professionals wanting to talk to me. I got professionals saying, yo, give them my number. You're damn right I'm in that field. And all you got to do is prove me wrong. Just prove me wrong. Without going to school and the requirements, because you got me there. But at this point, do I need to go back to school? Let me know, because I'll go back and get my accounting degree. But I guarantee you they're not going to be teaching what I teach. I guarantee you they're not going to be teaching what I teach.
Don't miss out on this opportunity to litigate like a seasoned professional. Join the Supreme Elite Team University.
Thomas in the lobby, folded thicker than a skyline. Credit acceptance on a resume with stories in the fine lines.
So this is why she won her case. Nevertheless, it's a win, but for one of prosecution. That means they didn't show up to the hearing. So since they show up to the hearing, the court lacks standing to hear their claim. As you see right there, dismissed for one of prosecution, not dismissed because of the merits of her claim. So the judge, since they didn't show up to the hearing, the judge like, well, we can't even hear their claim because American Express is the plaintiff. Just like with all these other gurus, all their clients are defendants. Everyone's a damn defendant. Everybody's a defendant. Everybody's a defendant. Is there ever going to be anyone that I work with that were coming in as the plaintiff? Like I have one now. Why is that? Why can't people be? Why? What's wrong? Why everybody the defendant? What's wrong with being a plaintiff? Who's scared of being a plaintiff? Who is scared of being a plaintiff? Let me know if you're scared of being a plaintiff. Just say, hey, I don't know that much to be the plaintiff. I could be the defendant, though. Why are we being plaintiffs? But yes, Tempest Marie got the case dismissed for one of prosecution, meaning they didn't show up. The judge did not settle the merits of the case. Basically, the judge didn't even entertain her merits because they didn't show up. So I guess you can call that, yes, that's a victory still, but once again, I look at stuff like that, like to me, it doesn't move nothing. When I talk dismissals, we talking When we talk dismissals, we talking stipulation of dismissals because both parties know I'm going to win on the merits. I really don't like that type of dismissal, but that dismissal is nevertheless a dismissal. And while we still at it, let's do a little check-in. Let's check in, man. Let's see what's going on with Shorty Doo-Wop's case. Hey y'all. Man, they been hitting my wife up for services, man. She posted, she made a post on her Facebook about my cases, man. They been blowing her phone up. So let's see. This motherfucker still pending? Hey, Ali. I need you to ooh, you know what? I'll be looking up this case later. What is this out of? Hey, Ali, I need you to get Kenyana Shakur Stone versus Navy Federal 125 CV 01827. And look, this is Electronic Funds Transfer Act. This is not no mortgage, not no auto. Why she online talking? Oh, what my case? You yeah, you most likely going to win your case. They took, according to you, they took $1,200 and didn't investigate it correctly. They already got sued for doing that. Let me see. Case disposition. Let's see. It's the same stuff. They don't update nothing. They don't update nothing. Yo, she better win this case. It's like, damn, they took your money and you still can't win. Southern District. This is for the Southern District of California. She moved to California now? But this is, yeah, but ain't nothing else. But one thing that we do know, that girl always gonna file for a motion in paupers. You can tell you're dealing with a sovereign citizen. All their filings are motions to proceed in form of paupers. Like, they don't want to pay shit. You can tell you got sovereign. They don't want to pay shit. Hey, yo, how y'all be getting away with them former paupers? I tried. They shut me down. But you can tell me you're dealing with sovereign citizen. They don't want to pay shit. These motherfuckers don't want to pay shit. Look at y'all. Look, don't want to pay nothing. She don't want to pay nothing. She don't never pay the file. She don't ever pay the filing fee. She don't ever pay that goddamn filing fee. I be jealous, man. How the fuck y'all don't pay the filing fee, man? Nah, for real. I be mad as hell. Like, god damn. Can I get away? Can I get away with not paying? My shit $4.55 a pop. Bankruptcy for the clients, that shit $1,700. Now we pay the filing fee because it bypasses all that extra. It bypasses all that extra stuff and gets straight to it. But it bypasses all that extra stuff. But Supreme Elite Team University starts tomorrow, I think we're going to start it at 3 o'clock. I like 3 o'clock. I like 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock. The reason why I like 3 o'clock is because of this. What you see here, there's nothing to see here. See here. Just go ahead and read it for a second. Show me the VIN. You're doing a lot of talking. Just show it and shut me up, LOL. So if I show you the VIN, what will you do? I will VIN check it on CarMax. And we will see if it comes back to your car. So, since I have 2 Mercedes-Benz trucks, and he thinks that since the title says sedan instead of SUV, that the title, which is connected to my win, wasn't the title connected to my win. Remember, this is the same person that still thinks challenging an assignment to a mortgage after the trust closed is still valid in California, even though we just read in the California appellate case. So you got to give them a little grace. I will VIN check it. You can even post it. Easy to prove me wrong. And look at me trolling. And then what will you do? Send me the VIN. Send me the same title, unredacted. Stop stalling. Let me know when you send it. I got to get back to class. Tonight, Facebook Live, don't be late. There's nothing to see here. Oh, he said that's hearsay in court. He said, you showing the one we looked up for you in group? Nah, I just wanted y'all to see it. As long as y'all know, I don't care if you know. I told you. Even the wins. Look, even the wins. Long as my group know I'm official and authentic, I really don't care about everybody else. Because I do owe them that. So he posts that right there saying, look, the Mercedes-Benz is an SUV. This is what happens when they even want to question your title. Bro, I'm talking about your black car or whatever. Please follow along. I can't keep backtracking and explaining. What happened to the other search? You said he was looking it up. It should be done by now. The title says a sedan. So he sends me pictures of both of my trucks. And he thinks that the title that I have here, this is what he thinks, y'all. He thinks that the title that I showed is not the title to the black truck. The vehicle identification number. Yeah. Oh, he's talking about he got his case dismissed on improper venue. So he got his car repossessed. But so they try to sue him for the remaining balance, and he got that dismissed for improper venue. But the key word here is that he got his vehicle repossessed. So he owns no titles to nothing. You notice how everyone wants to argue, but they don't have a title to show that they own anything? Yeah, how many people in these spaces that are in these groups actually own anything? I bet you all this shit got a lien on it. How many people actually own anything? On the title matches the one that's in the truck. Everybody. This is a 755, and another pic you sent me, it ends in 913. Yeah, he got he got his car repossessed, and then they try to sue for the remaining balance, and he got a dismiss for improper venue, so he calls that a win. Getting the vehicle repossessed, oh, that doesn't matter. But they try to sue for the extra money, and I won that. You see how much they're starving for wins? Like, they call every little, oh, I want my $200 cash. Oh, it's a win. Like, bro, you got a repossession. That's never a win. Actually, they still win. No, the title is coming back to a GLE 350 Mercedes-Benz, the black truck. Which back to... Bro, you scared me. You sent me evidence to prove it. Different VIN. So, remember, y'all, I got to work with him. He thinks the Kenneth Wells Facebook post is mine. When I originally posted the Kenneth Wells post that Darren sent to me to prove that, why, when I dropped my settlement in the email, he now has an email that's strikingly similar to mine. So I made the post basically saying, this looks suspect. He thinks the Kenneth Wells post is my post as well. Oh my God. Hey, yo, I said, bro, you sure you doing somebody's mortgage? A GLE 350 Mercedes-Benz, the black truck, which was the subject of the lawsuit. Alan Najee believes that it said Alan Najee. Man, you already exposed yourself. Just save yourself the air and don't bother trying to prove anything to me. You sent me the contradictory information. It's game over, sadly. We still can debate because it's free engagement from me. I'm sorry I had to come to this, truly. Anything else? I got a busy day before a debate. Even if it's a debate at this point. And then I screenshotted him and redacted the VIN number again because I know he getting mad about that. But I add y'all, hey, y'all, look at this VIN number, see what truck could come back to. So this is what I sent to him, where Ali posted and said, yep, it comes back to it. A couple people did. Yep, comes back to it. Same VIN. Same VIN that's on the title. Even though it says sedan, it's still coming back to a truck, which at this point is nothing but a clerical error. Which every dealership, it doesn't matter as long as the VIN number matches. Believes that it says sedan, you have an SUV. These are two different VIN numbers. And even when I posted about the Kenneth Wells, how his email looks so strikingly similar to mine. Look at this idiot. It's not me, you idiot. That is from someone else, which looks suspect to me. So he has the same exact car as you. Oh my gosh. You still can't get it. Because when you want to find something to be like, ooh, I got you, you start to see things that are not there. Because he wants so badly to invalidate my win because he knows he got his vehicle repossessed. And he really has nothing to show. Like, none of these gurus really have anything that can really match to me. But they try so hard to be like, I won an FDCPA case. $1,200. Yeah, I got almost $50,000 right away and got the title. I got an improper venue. But they still took your vehicle and you never got it back. And you damn sure don't have the title. Somebody else is driving your car now. I wiped away a $12,000 debt case. Yeah, because they didn't show up to the hearing. So it was dismissed for warrant of prosecution. But I was able to wipe $378,000 away and another $125,000 in tax debts from my mom. You scammer!
he still believes that the Kenneth Wells post was my post.
Like your title, judicial, non-judicial. Yeah, but my title is legit and real in the Vince match. It's not. You can't prove the Vin matches. But you still need to get that mortgage win or I'm going to really be on your ass. I don't have to prove anything to a guy who makes up wins. Just remember, you discovered me, not the other way around. I'm not giving you my title nor VIN number. Told you look suspect. And no disrespect. I told him you look like one of those scammers from one of those countries. I'm sorry. I mean, I said, no disrespect, no disrespect. I don't want to give you my VIN number. I don't know you can send that overseas and they create. Nah, I'm not giving you my VIN number. No. I said, hold on, I'm gonna let my group verify, then I'm gonna let you, I'm gonna send you their results. He thinks I'm showing him two different VINs. He believes that since the title says sedan and not SUV, he believes the title to my Yes, sir. Check your badge. So the VIN number on the title comes back to the same truck? Absolutely. Same model listed on the title. Okay. Black Mercedes-Benz is not the title to the black. And when I ran the VIN number here, it comes back to the same one and sent to him. Black Mercedes-Benz. Even though they've looked it up, and I gave the real VIN number to my group to look up. And still, but this is a guy that is doing people's mortgages and can't even understand what's going on. He's saying why the VINs are different when I'm not even talking about that. Wow. First, it was the emails were from a lawyer. Second, you didn't cite case laws. Third, the VIN numbers. Fourth, the title says sedan. Fifth, you won't give me the VIN. Six, why does it say sedan instead of SUV? But what he won't say is, see, when you look at the bottom, send me the same title unredacted. Why are you so pressed to see a VIN number, bro? That's when he started giving me scammer, like overseas scammer vibes. Like he's sitting in a call center all day and call old people, ask for their credit card information. Like you're online, bro. I don't know you in real life. You're not. It's not that serious for me to prove something to you. It's really not. That's the thing. It's not that serious. I'm really just trolling you. So if I see you in the VIN, what will you do? I'm trolling you, bro. You was never getting the VIN. You didn't win your case at all. But I won my case. His vehicle got repossessed. And he... So first is, you didn't win your case because the emails wasn't from a real lawyer. Regardless of the fact I just got off the phone with the same man I was emailing. You didn't win your case because the VIN numbers. The title says sedan. Oh, you didn't win because you didn't cite case law. I got your whole case file. What? You won't give me the VIN. The cars are different. These are all Alan Najee's reasons why I didn't win. These are his reasons. And let's just say he was right for the sake of argument. Let's just say he was right. It still would refute the fact that you have no vehicle that you own, and I own mine outright. In my name, no liens. So his response to that was, I gotta win. After they repossess my vehicle, they try to sue me and I got to dismiss for improper venue. A procedural error. I told you, all these people wins are going to be in some procedural technicalities. It's never a win on the merits of the case. I won off the merits of the case, meaning I presented enough facts that a reasonable court could realize I was correct, and credit acceptance realized I was correct, so they moved to settle. When are we going to start seeing merits of the case? Just like with Tempest, she says she won because of her complaint, but she won because they didn't show up to the hearing. See, they take technicalities and make it and turn it into the merits of a case thing. I'm the only one that won off the merits of the case. Show me your wins off the merits of your case, meaning you being the plaintiff. These technicalities, in my world, we don't care about that.
Had to fight that extra money they were suing them for. But I won my case outright and got a settlement and got the title to my vehicle, and the account is closed down.
But when he saw that, he never responded. See, he picks and chooses, but you see, this settles it all. Stipulation of dismissal. You see who the plaintiff is at the top? You see the plaintiff at the top? You see who the plaintiff is at the top? He's talking about some auto. He still ain't show that. I don't even ask these gurus to show me stuff anymore because I know they're not going to show. And then when they do show, it's always some BS. It's always the reason that's different from what they say. Like the dude on TikTok. Bro, they was trying to collect the debt against you. Once again, you're the defendant. Once again, not paying your bills. Once again. And they violated the FDCPA and collecting the rights. So they have statutes where you could sue them and get a monetary damage for each violation. And as part of the settlement, they waived the $1,200 they were suing you for. That was because of your merits, because they violated your rights. Kudos. And now he's trying to chase money out of securitization. Okay.
As you can see here.
But Alan Najee never said anything about this. See, this is the order that they mailed to me. It was sent to me. I got a PDF copy first from the lawyer, and this was sent in the mail to me from the United States District Court. See what I'm saying? See who the plaintiff is?
But Alan.
It's the electronic copy. He never said anything about this. He got quiet with this. See, this shut them all up. So I said, you see credit accepted? You notice an auto finance. Which car do you think that was to?
What does this mean? I won my case. The account.
Uh-oh. Now we getting into the area where, yeah, I'm gonna sound crazy by trying to say something.
Rocking with the best.
See? I know. Stop showing it. Show another one. Past due, 0, remaining balance, 0, waived advance, principal, waived. You don't got to pay us that no more. We're going to eat that one up. Appreciate you.
Is 0. The subject vehicle is the same vehicle in the title. But you admitted that you had your vehicle repossessed. And
so the VIN number that's right here, that's related to my account, related to the vehicle, is the same that's on the title. Credit acceptance had a new one issued for me with no liens. It means they released the lien. I bet if I was to go outside and check the VIN number on my truck, I bet you it's going to say the same thing that's on the title.
They tried to sue and you had it thrown out for improper vehicle. But what you don't have is the vehicle or the title.
Which you can confirm for the phone call that y'all heard with the lawyer. But don't worry, this ain't the same Jeffrey Gamble that answered the phone earlier. Nah, it's a different one, y'all.
Accept your fate. He built a case up, brick by brick, no ace. Almost came froze. When the lawyer saw the file, emails on display, all that just.
The lawyer. Why you blocked that out the bottom? Oh, what is that? External email. This message evidence from why you block that out? Oh, why is it a green line right there? Oh, why is the font like in purple but it's like blue at the top? Why you got those 3 dots at the side? Why St. Thomas Legacy? Why the date say January 23rd? You know what I'm saying? Like, why?
In case style, he ain't flex on them. Just to calm, all right. When they slaying papers, he say numbers not right. Whoa.
One of y'all go type in my VIN and see if it don't come back to my truck. And when I dropped it in the group, the VIN was unredacted. I just redacted it when I sent it to him. He ain't like it. He was mad as hell.
Walked out lighter, they walked out tight. Whole play flip in a Tuesday. Thomas beat the bank, that's fact, not fiction. Had them circle back for a quiet submission. They said we settle when the truth got loud, not an online group.
And that is what I mean, y'all. They don't have the level. See, y'all, let me tell you this. They may want you to know that a receipt is a receipt. In my world, there's levels to receipts. In my world, I don't give a shit about your credit card dispute or your debt buyer claim. I really don't give a shit. Like, we don't care about that. Can you win real access to proper titles to assets back in your client's names and in yours? Big boy assets, vehicles, homes. Can you get a title to that? Can you get a satisfaction to lien for that? Those are the 2 main things I care. I don't care about those. Other those are puny wins to me. Those are rookie wins. You get those when you just starting out. Like I said, I don't even give it, like, y'all have to go to court to resolve those. I didn't have to. This was a letter to Midland. Thank you for your recent communication. We have reviewed the records and are writing to provide the following updates. We have closed your account and ceased collections. You have no further obligation regarding this account. You see what I'm saying? I spank credit cards. I spank like shit like that. I could spank that with a letter. It's nothing to me. It's child's play. I'm up to the big boy. I'm up to the big boy stuff. I'm up with the big boys. I play where the corporate people at. I moved on up. You get what I'm saying? I moved up. So that's what I'm saying. When you move up, like, my credit card. Ooh, I want a credit card case. Ooh, oh gosh, the world's gonna end. All right, let me get back to work. What I'm gonna do? Before I head back out to my cousins, what I'm gonna do? I think I'm gonna do a quiet title motion, and I'm gonna do the American Express, the supplemental, the memorandum to go with our group members motion. I do a memorandum. Yeah, I do the memorandum, and then I do the quiet title. You see that? Doing the quiet title for home. See the stakes that I'm doing? Like, we just I'm not impressed by that stuff, y'all, that they showing y'all. Average person be impressed by that because they're so starving for a victory that any little thing is, ooh, it's the best in the world. That shit ain't nothing to me. I told you, I play with professionals. And mark my words, Supreme Elite team, I'm going to have Jeffrey Gamble on the team. You can tell he already likes me. I'm going to end up going to Baltimore and meeting with Jeffrey Gamble at his office. Watch. We're going to end up having drinks together at one of those resorts and rest. I'm gonna start building a relationship with him to have him on my team so I can pick his brain too. Because all I do is pick the brains of top professionals. Yo, the library I have for the Supreme Elite Team University, all American Accounting Association, professors, law reviews, lawyers, ex-judges. You think I'm studying from a See, this is what the average person studies from. Hold on. Let me show you what the average person in this space studies from. Let me show you. And I'm not trying to be funny. I swear to God, I'm not trying to be funny. But this is what the average person in this space studies from, because the stuff that I read from is too complex for them. Now, the average person that doesn't have the ability to sit down long enough to figure it out. They looking for something so they can use next week in court. So this is the stuff that this is some. Hold on, let me pull it up. Hold on. This is where they go. Let me see. The government takes these things down. They take them down so much. Google be having them taken down so much. Google be having them taken down so much. See, they be having them. They be taking them down so much. They be taking them down so much. But they'll go on shit like Scribd and find a document. They'll find some shit on Scribd. Yo, there be people on TikTok. They be, look, this is what they'll do. Let me show you. Hold on, let me share my screen. This is what they'll do. This is what these gurus online do. They have no, like, they're so lazy. This is what they'll do. This is what they'll do. This is what they'll do. DMV Declaration of Natural Person. This is some shit they'll do. They'll go right here and fill in the blanks and go file this. This is what they'll do. This is the average person's research right here. What we got right here? Oh, declaration of status. Declaration of status. Let's go over here. This is what they'll do. I'll be seeing shit like this for sale on TikTok. This is what they'll be posting on TikTok. Shit like this. Look at this goofy shit. Pre-1933 private American national citizen. Everything that the courts has ruled. All this 14th Amendment citizen enabling state. Look. This is what most people do. Look. This is what they go here. Look. This is most people's research right here. Affidavit status as secure party and creditor. Look. Just put your name in right there. That's it. Hey, that's 98% of the space right here. Oh shit, hold on. It's an ad. So when they say they got services, got shit for sale, this is where they go. Look. Let's go right here. Fictitious corporation. The courts are not courts are corporations. A corporation cannot sue a private living. They're dead. They can't be seen. A corporation can only sue a corporation. A corporation can only sue a corporation. They can't sue you. I bet you I check a docket sheet. Midland, all them they ass getting sued. People getting sued left and right. Look, this is the average person's definition of research. Or they, oh, let me see. Hold on. Oh, court docs. Ooh, yeah, that's a good one. Court docs or court templates. Oh, they ain't got them. They used to be all on here. And I be seeing the same people on TikTok. Ignorance of the law is no excuse. And look. And they all some fake ass threats. They always got some fake ass threats, like they scared of you little fake fraudulent threats. Sovereignty in every state, 1979. Talking about the home Omaha Indian tribe. Now you from Indian. Now you an Indian. Flesh and blood sentient of the being. Without recourse. Look at her. Look at you. Look at you. Looking crazy as hell. Look. Oh, here's a good one. Whoa. This one. Affidavit of Reservation of Rights. UCC 130A. Continue for free, motherfucker. Oh, shit. I ain't signed up for that. Affidavit of Reservation of Rights. Oh, why do I keep touching that? Affidavit of Reservation of Sovereign Authority. Oh, it's a good one right here. Oh, this is the best one right here. Affidavit of Trust. These service costs anyway for $500 to $10,000. It's a 12-page document that states that a person is declaring sovereign individual, freeborn sovereign, consistent with the traditional natural common law. But you know, they don't get no house out of this. They don't own no assets out of this. They don't get nothing out of this. They don't. They don't get shit out of this. Look, it's all on here. This is where they go. And they'll take a bunch of these documents and just remix them. That's all they'll do. Remix them. Now they got to process. This is where most people go for their information. Right here. Right here. Right here. Look. Declaration, legal notice, and demands. Freestyle. Look, it's all on here. This is where they go. Affidavit of live birth. Affidavit of truth for sovereign individuals. Scribd has been taken over by sovereign citizens. Past tax returns filed, birth certificates, marriage license. That's all they do. So when I say I learned the system, when I say I study the system, this is who I've studied. This is who I've studied. I've studied them. Was that Netflix? I've studied them. I've studied, what do you see there? Warner Brothers, SEC. I've studied them. Who else have I studied? Oh, studied them. Nike. Study. I studied them. Who else have I studied? Study them. Reebok. Who else have I studied? Oh, of course them. Study them. Who else have I studied? You notice how everyone I'm doing is companies that are necessities of everybody's lives every day. So when I say I understand the system, not just auto, I study all these people. Securitization runs the world. Without securitization, there's no economy. You're looking at it. This is Walmart's SEC filings. Walmart's. Not just them. Let's see. Let's see if they have one. There go your Giants. Food. Because I don't know how they always get this money. Of course. What's the music labels? Universal. Universal. Well, what do you know? The artists. Who's funding Universal? Who's funding Universal? Bank of New York. Look, Universal Music Group. No thanks. Universal Music Group. Even got SEC filings. So their artists, how do record labels get money? Through securitization. Uh-oh. Even the music industry runs by securitization. What else? What's another one? Oh, yeah. Home Depot. People shop there all the time. Is Depot in the game? Is Depot in the game? Yes, they are. Or did Netflix? The whole world. Yes, sir. Yeah, you was texting me? Oh, let's see. Yeah. Uh-huh. There you go. The Scott's Miracle Grow Company. Yep. What time you get off? Oh, you done? Okay. All right. I'm about to get off the live in a second and get some more work done before I call it a day and probably head to Brandon's. Yeah, I'm gonna check. Yeah, I'm gonna see. I'm gonna head, head there and hopefully. All right. Nah, I just said hopefully. All right, bet. All right, bet. Yeah, I'll see you when you get here. All right. Wells Fargo. Let's see. Bank of America. Let's see. Bank of America, SEC filings. Yeah, because I'm going to use Bank of America as an example in my Supreme Elite Team University anyway. I'm going to use them as an example. Penny, a penny a share. So there's a share, 6% interest, 5% interest. 5%, 4%. These are all the different class stocks that they issue. I could dissect the shit out these. I done read hundreds. This 144 pages ain't nothing. I done read 500 pages. All of them. Excuse me. Net income, 7.6 billion. Fourth quarter 2025. They went from 6.8 to 7.6 billion. Consumer banking, fourth quarter, 3.3 billion they made in the corner. What are you online motherfuckers thinking you shutting down? What system do you think you exposing? Which system do you think you exposing? Please let me know. Please let me know what system you think you exposing. The whole system. The whole system. Even Apple. All that's under Apple Music. All that's under Apple. Even Apple. Let's do their quarterly filings. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I will scalp the shit out of Apple. Oh yeah. See, when you understand how the system works, all this shit is your domain. All this is your domain. All this is your domain. You understand how the system works. Look. Defaults upon what happens in the like it's all I told you. Oh, what's going on with the asset? Oh, what's going? Oh, my mortgage, my credit card. Check their filings. See, check the filings of my company. No, I check the filings of the whole system. This is how I know how the system works. Look at all this. Uh-huh. Right there. Told you. Oh, right there. I'm looking right at it already. Looking right at it. Oh, looking right at it. Know all this means. Looking right at it. I done seen it too many times. Seen it hundreds of times. I already know what they do. Look, all the vendors, cash equivalents, accounts receivables, and that. Look at look at all this shit right here. Look, they all in the same game. Without this, we would have no country. Look at all of it. It's no different. Without this, there would be no country. They don't want securitization exposed. The fuck? You're not exposing nothing. This is how it goes. And they don't care if you know about the securitization. All I'm going to do is say, okay. And you know what they're going to say? All right, you got us. We'll settle. And guess what? Tomorrow they're back doing the same thing. You think Credit Acceptance worried about me? They probably made another fucking $5-10 million yesterday. It never stops. Look, GNC. Let's go there. Let's see the food, cereal, General Mills. Let's see if they can't have one. They sell cereals to the kids. Shitting me. Shitting me. Shitting me. Shitting me. Shitting me. That's how the world works, y'all. The world works the way I teach. So you learn from me, you learn what goes on around the world, how the world works. Nah, they ain't gonna have one. Look, Zoom. Look at Zoom. Even these motherfuckers. Look at Zoom. Even Zoom got one. They jumped in the game. Look. Even Zoom, I told you. I told you. This is how the whole world works. What's a good one? What's another one? Oh, I done read these motherfuckers like a book. Mercedes-Benz. I done read these motherfuckers like a book. I done read these motherfuckers like a book. So this is your servicer right here. That's your servicer. That's your servicer. That's the ones. That's the Mercedes-Benz dealerships you walk into. Then from there, it goes, bam, SPV, special purpose vehicle. Then from there, there's the issuing entity right there. Bam, bam, bam. Wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. And it's all going to be the same. Bam, bam, bam. Back collateral agreement. They go to collateral agreement. You gotta. That this is what defines the terms. This is what defines the terms. But y'all not about to get all that because that's saved for the Supreme Elite Team University. The university, y'all. Tomorrow it is up. I'm getting excited already.
Don't miss out on this opportunity to litigate like a seasoned professional. Join the Supreme Elite Team University.
Thomas in the lobby. Folded thicker than a skyline. Credit acceptance on a resume. War stories in the fine lines.
Give me the money.
And y'all come with your little claims. You can come with your little claims in court. This is all the judge is going to tell you.
I've been here for almost 17 hours. I don't give a fuck.
Facts.
Supreme Elite Team.
According to your conversation with your friend, the attorney, what we go over in group is right in line with the legal standards and the professionalism on how it has to look and what you need to know when you attack these people.
The words that he used was, "You're going about it standard operating procedures."
You're rocking with the best. You're rocking with the best. You're rocking with the best.
I am and will forever be your teacher's teacher.
Empire Talk. Boardroom Aura. New culture. We set order. Thomas in the lobby. Folded thicker than a skyline. Credit acceptance on a resume. War stories in the fine lines. Supreme Elite. Circle around the table. Every seated throne. Consumer finance in his bloodstream. Built it from a student loan. He can read a balance sheet like a judge retone. See the trap in every clause before the ink is dried on. They sell dreams on installments. He just audit the spell. Break a predatory scheme down to decimal hell. Securitization flow. Turn a contract to a bond chain. He can trace the money trail backwards in a rainstorm. Same lane. Receipts in a briefcase. Dates, times, bank names. You bring vibes to the courtroom. He bring numbers in case names. Supreme Elite. We don't speak. We file. He got receipts line by line. No smile. In the dark where they hide those fees. We light up the fee sheet. Breathe with these. Supreme Elite. We don't speak. We file. He got receipts line by line. No smile. In the dark where they hide those fees. We light up the fee sheet. Breathe with these. He seen lenders flip scripts. Turn a whip to a shackle. Interest climbing every month to your paycheck battle. But he peeled back price and APR under the mask. See the spread versus the funding. Who's skimming off the past? He no chalk off. Roll rates, lost curves in his sleep. How they package up defaults and sell pain on Wall Street. He cross-check statements with the filings in the forecast. Find a misstep and turn one comma to a court clash. Consumer on the stand, heart racing in the cheap suit. He translate legalese, the plain talk, clean truth. Litigation in his left hand, excel in his right. Tell the judge what the bank did, cell by cell, line by line. Supreme Elite, we don't speak, we file. He got receipts line by line, no smile. In the dark where they hide those fees, we light up the fee sheet, breathe with ease. Supreme Elite, we don't speak, we file. He got receipts line by line, no smile. In the dark where they hide those fees, we light up the fee sheet, breathe with ease. They move in the margins, he read in between. They hide it in footnotes, he pull it on screen. From the boroughs to the boardroom, same concrete. Thomas built a whole empire off one word, receive. He pay vision, JD rhythm in his cadence. Double check the debits, then dismantle all the plaintiffs. Underrated models, he can see where they cheat. Assumptions too rosy on the loss rate sheet. Dockets on the desk, he align them like a chessboard. Case law, cash flows, every step next chord. Supreme Elite follow, blueprints not gossip, they talk back. He talk tax, keep profit, new culture empire. This is financial defense, teaching credit as a weapon, not a lifelong sentence. From credit acceptance battles to the hallways of appeal, time has turned every closed door to a signed, sealed deal. It's agreement league, we don't speak, we file. We got receipts line by line, no smile. In the dark where they hide those fees, we light up the fee sheet, read with ease. It's agreement league, we don't speak, we file. We got receipts line by line, no smile. In the dark where they hide those fees, we light up the fee sheet, read with ease.
Running in bang, whipping up heat, got sauce in my hand. She rolling the dice, got luck in that van, smoking that leaf, going global stand. On my wrist like a stage, I can't claim. You look like you wanna let go of stress. What's up? I thought so, okay. I'm back in this symphony, stuck on the band. What's up? I thought so, okay, yeah.
You're rocking with the best.
Running it bang, whipping up heat, got sauce in my hand. She rolling the dice, got luck in that van, smoking that leaf, going global band. It's bang. Fresh white tee, chrome on the rim, big body slide, whole back looks slim. Wrist on chill, but the boy too hot. Turn my last L to a key to the spot. Plug on the phone, say let's slide. Came from the back, now we front row live. Couch full of cash, can't sit, can't fold. Used to pray for a play, now it's overload. Run it up, running bang, bang. Whipping up heat, got sauce in my hand. She rolling the dice, got luck in that van. She spinning that leaf, going global. Ooh, ooh, expand, blue, 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 blue. Shorty too thick, attitude too. Say she want a boss, not a boy in the crew. Stamp my name on the side of her glass. Say she feel safe when I'm hitting the gas. Mama in the crib, fridge stay packed. All them long nights, put food in the stack. Talk about stay down, I really did that. From the floor to the floor type check. Had nothing but hope in the half tank. Now it's 10 toes down, all gas. No thanks, if they cross that line, it's a bad move. We don't double back, we just improve. Run it up, running it bang. Whipping up heat, got sauce in my hand. She rolling the dice, got luck in that van. Smoking that leaf, going global. Expand,